And do I read all of this or just number one?
Just number
Since
one,
we don't
since
have
that's
two
all we're
or
going
three
in
today,
on.
right?
Yep.
Just need to get down there. You good? Okay, so it is March 19th, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene open session and recess into executive session pursuant to RIGO 42464 for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held at an open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, non-certified employee A, administrative contract renewals. Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna do the boring stuff quick and then we'll get to here. All right, you good? Okay, so we're gonna reconvene from executive session. I'll disclose that no votes were taken in executive session today. We will go into the rest of the agenda, and so the first thing up is the Pledge of Allegiance, and so if you were able, please. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and then we'll turn it over to Joni for roll call.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. James Sheehan.
Here.
Debbie Lucasco. Here. Christine LaPierre. Maggie Bush.
Okay, thank you. And the calendar?
So our next school committee business meeting will be Monday, April 1st at 7 p.m. here at Central Office. And then Wednesday, April 24th, we have one here at 7 p.m. On Wednesday, April 3rd, we have a joint budget meeting at the town hall. That will be at 6 p.m. We have a few subcommittee meetings. Wednesday, March 20th, we have the DEI subcommittee meeting at 5:30, and that's here at Central Admin. On Thursday, March 21st, we have our wellness subcommittee. That's here at Central Admin at 4:30. And on Tuesday, April 9th, we have the CELAC subcommittee meeting at 6:30 at the North Kingston Free Library.
Great, thank you so much. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Duva, who's over there now.
Yes.
It's great.
I moved so I can see everybody.
Yes,
So.
to introduce our special guests.
Yes. So tonight I want to welcome Jonathan Audette. Jonathan, or Mr. Audette, is one of our music teachers in the district. He's at Wickford Middle School. He provides instruction for our choir. He also did a marvelous job playing the piano for the play this past 3 weeks ago. Good job. And I want to thank all of our students for coming. We love having you here. To showcase the work you're doing, and we're really excited to listen to you sing and share your talent. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Audette.
Thank you, Dr. Duva, members of the school committee, administration, community members. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Jonathan Audette, like Dr. Duva said. I am the chorus and music teacher at Wickford Middle School, and very excited to share with you tonight the 7th and 8th grade chorus. This represents about half of our full roster tonight. We're very excited to be here. Thank you again for having us, and we're excited to share the hard work that we're doing in our buildings and say thank you for the hard work that you're doing for our school community as well. In a couple weeks, we're going to be traveling to the middle school choral festival in Rhode Island, and there we'll be presenting 3 songs for adjudication. 2 panel of judges will be competing against the standard, but receiving valuable feedback, and also have the opportunity to hear other middle school choirs from around the state. So we would like to share one of those selections with you tonight that we're going to be competing with in a couple weeks. The piece is titled "The Rhythm of Life." It was from a 1966 Broadway musical titled "Sweet Charity," which was later made into a movie starring Sammy Davis Jr. So please enjoy "The Rhythm of Life."
Started down the street last Sunday, feeling mighty low and kind of mean. Suddenly a voice said, "Go forth, neighbor, spread the picture on a wider screen." And the voice said, "Neighbor, there's a million reasons why I should be glad in all 4 seasons. Hit the road, neighbor, leave your worries and strife. Spread the religion of the rhythm of life. For the rhythm of life is a powerful beat. There's a tingle in your fingers and a tingle in your feet. Rhythm on the inside, rhythm on the street. And the rhythm of life is a powerful beat. The rhythm of life is a powerful beat. There's a tingle to your fingers, a tingle to your feet. Rhythm on the inside, rhythm on the street. And the rhythm of life is a powerful beat. The rhythm of life is a powerful beat. There's a tingle to your fingers, a powerful beat. Tingle to the inside, tingle to the street. And the rhythm of life is a powerful beat. Go and spread the gospel in Milwaukee. Take a walkie-talkie to Rocky Ridge. All the way to Kenton, then to Scranton. Even till the down to the Manhattan Bridge. You will make a new sensation, have a growing congregation, build a glowing operation here below. Like a pipe, piper blowing, leading, keep the music flowing, keep the rhythm go, 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 and go, go, go. You will make a new sensation, have a sensation, build a glowing congregation. Like a pipe, piper blowing congregation, keep the rhythm below, go, go. You will make a new sensation, have a glowing There's a tingle in your fingers and a tingle in your feet. Rhythm on the inside, rhythm on the street, and the rhythm of life is a powerful beat. To feel the rhythm of life, to feel the powerful beat, to feel the tingle in your fingers, to feel the tingle in your feet, to feel the rhythm of life, to feel the powerful beat, to feel the tingle in your fingers, to feel the powerful beat, to feel the rhythm of life. To feel the powerful beat, to feel the tingle in your fingers, to feel the tingle in your life, life, life. You've got the rhythm, 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 rhythm of life.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much. That was amazing, and good luck at your competition. And I saw some family and supporters taking videos, but it also was videotaped by the amazing Chaz, so you can find that on our website. And to the students, I think it's so awesome that you are participating in choir and working on this. It's such a great skill to have for so many different things. And I also saw the principal at the high school pop in, and so great news, Shavali, that you have some wonderful future high school chorus participants as well. So thank you so much for taking time to come and do this for us, and also know that the school committee is always here for you all. If you ever have questions about the schools or ideas, anything like that, we'd love to hear from students in the district. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't need to do. Are they good, Rob? Okay.
Very good.
Huh? Oh yes, our rule is you can absolutely leave too. So you're welcome to stay, but also give up.
Oh no, it's not an easy song.
Hey, how are you?
Just wanted to say hi. My kid just
Oh,
sang.
so exciting! Great job!
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you again.
It was wonderful.
Really appreciate it.
Good luck. We can't
Thank you very much.
Good work. What do you think?
I mean, if they impress you. That's our bar, right? Yeah. They got the bra. Okay. Can we just give them a second to sit out?
Thank you for running.
I'm gonna.
For your audience, what happened?
You're out. You go the show.
Thank you. Yep, I won't forget that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. Like after.
I'm sorry.
Alright. Okay. Well, that's for the piano. Take your time, no worries.
Sure. Actually, all set. Thank you very much.
Have a
And
good
have a
one.
great night.
Have a great night. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay. So that was wonderful. Very, very exciting. And so we move on to our next agenda item, which is citizens' comments. Joan, do we have no one signed up? Okay. And so we'll move on to the, Ken, do you want to do the superintendent report first? And then I can make that one.
We have two items on the superintendent's report. One, I just want to update the committee regarding our recent school safety training that was coordinated by our fire chief, Chief Cattell. And it was organized with the North Kingstown Fire Department, along with the North Kingstown Police Department and administration. It's a training that we did here at the school with all administrators and administrative staff in the offices, looking at our safety plans and doing a tabletop activity, which is kind of as a role play. You kind of go through a situation, you play it out. What are you doing? What's happening? And you talk it through different phases of that type of situation that might be happening. We did a lockdown situation, at one of the schools, and you're looking at how you're creating those plans, the stages that you're going through, phases, what type of resources do you have, what resources might you need, what are the next steps you need to do. It was received very well from our staff, as well as working with the police department and fire department. And we talked about how we're really trying to look at the relationships that we have within the town for the success of our schools. And Chief Cattell did note at our last district safety meeting just the relationships that we were forming here between the school department and the town, and how that's really going to improve the plans that we have and the safety of our students and staff. So we've planned another one for the summertime, and we'll continue doing this so that we are constantly practicing and thinking through what we need for the schools and how we interact with everyone throughout those plans.
Great.
I didn't want to say react because you're really thinking head and interacting, but there are also our reactions too, because every situation is different.
So I know Chief Cattell and that we also have a district employee who have been serving on the House Commission for Safety in Schools.
Yes.
Has anything that they have learned, has that been incorporated?
We have
Okay.
talked about that actually 2 meetings ago.
Okay.
Talked about that of what, how you do certain drills, specifically lockdown drills, and the way that you can practice them, and things you don't want to include and things you do want to include. So
Okay,
yes.
great.
Yes. Then the next item I just want to just kind of update on is the vision of the graduate, and the work that we are doing. We had our 4th session. Was that our 4th session last Friday? And we are now at the point of looking at how to collect feedback from the community on what we want that vision to be. So we actually have a few high school students that are on the committee that have volunteered to put together a video that is explaining the purpose of the vision of the graduate, the process. They're going to be putting that video together for us. That's going to be shared along with a survey with community members, so students, teachers, community members, alumni, to get feedback from everyone on what do we see as the importance of what qualities and skills we want our students to have by the time they graduate high school, and what are those qualities and skills you're going to focus on with students as they enter school at preschool, kindergarten, and work through high school. So we're working on that. A lot of ideas have been shared about how to get that feedback and how to collect it through emails, listservs, creating posters with QR codes and putting them up throughout the community, working with local businesses. So that is work that we're doing right now. We are really proud of our high school students and the work that they're doing. They went to the middle schools yesterday and spoke to the middle school staff about the work that we're doing, and they're really helping us with that work, which is important because it's about them. And our high school students have, for the most part, gone through the system, and they know what's been going well and what more we can be doing. So we have our next meeting, April 26th. So the goal is to try to get that feedback back to us to be able to review and go through at the April 26th meeting. So, and we'll continue to update you. Mr. Mezzanotte is planning at, looking at continuing with our Title II funding, for next year to be able to continue the work. It's not something that's going to be done, by June. So it's work we'll have to continue now through, summer and fall to complete this vision.
Thank you so much. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? Another item? I just had one quick question on the vision of the graduate that either you or Rob could answer. Has the committee considered reaching out to alums of the district?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I should have mentioned that. Yes, we did talk about the alumni and how we can reach out to them through emails and contact information that we have, and making phone calls or using the emails to get surveys out to them.
Yeah, I just think that would be really interesting to see how they feel they fared once they did leave our district, no matter what they chose to do after that. So I think that's great that they're considering that.
Process as well.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure that was included. That's awesome. I'm doing great. If you're curious, it was a joke. I said I'm doing great. If you're curious, it was a joke.
You mentioned
We'll get feedback from you too.
listserv. Have we heard anything back from the town on our letter about the listserv?
It's not on the agenda, so we'll.
Okay.
And his question, I'm sorry.
It's not actually
Okay.
connected
Just
to
if we
those.
could follow up on that?
Yeah, I got it. Noted, but also I want to make sure we stick to agenda items. Okay, moving on. I would like to make a motion to move. Item F, under unfinished business, an update on the mechanic CTE program and community partners, up to be the next item on the agenda, just as we have folks from the high school here, and I'd like them, I believe that's the only thing on the agenda that they need to be here for, so I'd like to make a motion to move that to the next place.
So second.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we'll go to that next. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. Duva for however you want to go from there.
Sorry, I was just looking at something.
Were you looking to see if my statement was real?
No, just noticing the agenda says mechanic, not machinist.
I did
It's a
notice that.
machinist program. So
Is it? I said it right. It's
you said it right. Yes, you said it right. We're just in what was so. It is it's the machinist CT program which we've been talking about.
yep. Just to clarify, with is that clear enough?
Yep, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't believe any actions. I think it's no
there's
action will be taken today anyway. So.
Yeah, there are no actions. We just
Yep.
wanted to be able to come back to the committee and provide more information after the last meeting and try to answer all your questions as we go through this process. So, Shabali Finkelstein, principal of the high school, and Rick Powell, the coordinator, one of our STEM coordinators, and also chair of the department head of the CTE engineering program. They're going to present additional information to us tonight regarding our plans to expand the mechanics program and partnership with EB.
Machinist.
Machinists. Did I say that? Machinists. Now it's like in my head.
I think we need a new name or
Machinist
something.
program.
Okay, we got it.
All right, thank you very much for giving us a little more time this week. So after our last committee meeting, we went back and kind of did a little bit more work. So thank you for pushing us, because now we actually have numbers on paper. Feels good. So we did meet with the EB again, but there's a lot of employees that are on vacation right now. So we were able to make contact, and they asked us to put actual figures on paper, figure out with the space. We did a little walkthrough, and we looked at the space once again just to make sure that what we were visioning for the number of machines and station kind of is where it needs to be. And I know Rick has been in touch with the
Brooks Associates. Is that?
no, Tom Blanchett, what's
Oh.
his role?
So Tom Blanchett is a supervisor of machining at Electric Boat. So the gentleman who has been working with us to determine the number of machines that we would want to do for our cohort numbers, and also to give us a spec out of what types of machines and the manufacturer of those machines. So from there, we were able to go in and get a cost analysis for those machines and what it would take inside our facility. And so based upon what they were identifying and how we could see it fit for a good educational environment based upon the number of students that would be in the cohort. So based on that, we put together some numbers, including the cost of the machines themselves, the ancillary material that would have to go into the machines for the tooling packages, and other equipment that would be associated with the program itself.
So what you see here is a plan. Like, we took the whole number, and we kind of wanted to give the committee an idea of what this would look like with or without EB support, just so we can see like both sides. So what you see here is a 3-year plan if we had to be completely on our own. And then this is what it would look like. We broke down like the costs for each of the things that we would need to set up the shop. And based on the number of students we have now, and how we wouldn't jump to 16 right away, so we kind of factored that into these 3 years of what can we do without in year 2. So year 1 that you are looking at would be next year, where we have the students are going to continue to go to CCRI regardless. We have no plans of this being jump started next year with or without EB, just with planning and everything it takes. So we did say if we were on our own, we need to start thinking forward. So we would need to start buying some of the machinery year 1. So that's what you see here. Realistically, we could buy these things, store them, and then year 2 we would buy a little bit more. so that we would still be able to have our kids in the classroom and service them. And then year 3 would be really the last few things we would need to service a whole cohort of 16. So that's kind of our thought. Obviously, this will vary a little bit if we have to go in that direction. But we wanted to give you some numbers to look at so that you have something close to what we would need to deal with at the time. Let me give you a couple seconds to just absorb this first part. So these are just like hardcore machinery that we would need. And then on the bottom, we put down whatever funding sources we kind of have right now. And let me just walk you through. So the Perkins is, the reason we put $125,000 is we went back and looked at the 4 years of what we have received for Perkins. And Perkins numbers don't really change as much. It's not dependent on the number of programs in a school. It's really dependent on the demographics of town. So unless your demographics are going to change drastically, you expect kind of sort of ballpark the same number. And on the bottom of this document, we did provide to you the actual numbers that we receive for Perkins each year. So we kind of just took an average of that. And that's how we came up with the 125. Categorical is another source of revenue that we just don't know the number, but we would know what we would receive, and that's for each program. Difference between Perkins and categorical is that categorical money is restricted to the program. So it is based on the number of students enrolled in the program. There is no real magic number or per pupil. It's all determined every year, and it's different based on which program is in more demand. So manufacturing is a need in the state of Rhode Island. So we will assign more per pupil to that program compared to cosmetology, for instance. So it's based on labor market. But at this time, we don't have the numbers. We are expecting that by October of 24. We just kind of listed the current CTE reserve fund that we have of $50,000. Obviously, these are undetermined because year to year, based on surplus and recommendation from the superintendent, that number is determined. And then again, we put down EB as we do think EB is our primary source. We have really good conversations going on. We did receive some more feedback from them, so this is really something we would like to make sure that we use as the major funding source. All right, let me just stop right there before I move on, because there's different categories we put together. So any questions, thoughts just so far?
So I have a question. Thank you for
Yep.
pulling this together, and I appreciate you updating the information from when we discussed earlier. So the Perkins numbers for the past 3 years have averaged out to about 125,000, but it looks like they've gone down over the past 3 years. Do you expect that to continue, or do you expect it to start going back up? 2022 was 130, 2023 it was 126, and 2024 it was 119.
So that's hard to tell, only because it's really based on demographics of the town. So whatever changes happen, it's not a pattern, I would say. So all of a sudden, if you have a low-income housing or something that opens up, that pushes the demographics in a little different direction. So
Okay.
I really can't tell. That's why I decided to just take an average.
Okay, yep, and that definitely is the average. And again, my questions are based on EB
Yep.
coughing up a dime. So the categorical, I understand, it's completely unknown. You can't put a dollar tag on that. So CTE Reserve Fund, we do have 50 this year. I think it's reasonable to expect that we can't count on anything else for the next 2 years, because we haven't added to that in the past several years. So I don't think that's a reasonable funding source moving forward. Once that money is depleted, it's depleted. So if you look at year 2, there is a $20,000 gap, give or take. What would be the plan to fund that difference?
And you don't have to know that answer
Right.
today.
Yeah.
Just
Something
that
for
Ms.
us to
Lima
think
would
about.
love in the future.
Mhm.
Like it just kind of thinking through that, because
Sure.
again, I think, and I'm so grateful that you were able to pull all this together. I'm very impressed with all the other things you've got going on over the past 2 weeks. I think it's great. But I think the biggest concern for some of the committee members is just making sure that you all are going to be successful. So I think that would be great follow-up of just where that gap could come from, and you can work with the administration regarding that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're able to cover all the costs without, and if EB comes in with the fairy godmother machines, like that's amazing, and we won't have to worry about it.
Could we possibly, so this year's Perkins would cover the entire amount, so we would have the $50,000 CTE reserve that was untapped. So with next year's, again, working off the assumption of Perkins at 125.
If Perkins comes in at 125,
correct.
Right.
We wouldn't need that CTE reserve fund necessarily to fund
Yeah, but
this
it
year.
could be used in that, but I
Right.
just want there to be a contingency
Sure.
plan if Perkins is not 125, because it has dropped by approximately $5,000 over the past 3 years. So to expect it to be 125 for the next 3 years, I don't know if that's something that we can count on. The other thing I just want to confirm is that I know, Shivali, you just sent us the list of what the Perkins money has been spent on, and I appreciate that. I'll go through that, and I know you and I had a conversation, and you're confident that allocating all the Perkins funds to this program over the next 3 years will not put any of the other CTE programs in jeopardy. So that's good to hear. So that's good. And I'm glad that you are providing us with what it has been spent on, so that we can see where that has been. I just want to make sure, as far as the physical part of the building, that we're confident as we can be that the HVAC is the only physical repair that has to be done to the building. Are there any issues with accessibility? Once we put money in that building, do we have to make sure that the rest of it is up to code? What about bathrooms? Is there any repairs that need to be done from the D building to the main building to carve a pathway for the students? I just want to have we covered everything? So just food for thought on those. But this was exactly what I asked for last time, and I greatly appreciate you providing it.
Thank you. And just one more thing I did want to add. We will also provide you, I know I sent you the Perkins just today, so I know people don't have had time to look at it, but we will also provide to you the categorical balances, and I'll work with Leslie Ann on that. The categorical balances will allow you to see if we allocate the Perkins to an E program, or just if we go in the direction of machinists, then how would the rest of the supplies and materials come from? We would use the categorical carryover balances. So we would have to really play around. Right now, I'll be honest, because we have limited space, we have kind of a good problem where we look at the amount of Perkins, and then when we get more Perkins, at one point we get a Perkins amount added, we are always thinking oh my God, what are we going to buy? Because we would really want to buy equipment that would enhance the current programs, but we have no space. So we end up stocking up our supplies. So we are really far ahead with supplies in some of the programs, more than we need. We will use them. It's not a waste, but that's really the recommendation. The recommendation RIDE makes is use Perkins for equipment, because once you use Perkins for equipment, you pay no indirect cost. And then Perkins is really supposed to be kind of jump-starting new programs, and then categorical is meant to pay for supplies to keep the programs alive. That's really the intent. But right now, because of limited spacing, we are not able to do that as much as we would like to. If that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. I had another question when you talked about space. So next year, things would still be happening at CCRI like they are now in terms of space. Is there physical space in the D building to hold the machinery that you want to purchase and still have the people who live in the D building live there together?
I'm going to let you two answer that, only because
Okay.
my knowledge is limited with
Yes.
with
Okay.
space. Okay.
And I was just gonna reiterate the point I was gonna make it. If you had the reserve fund of about $50,000, that first year looks like, if everything comes through in Perkins, that's true. However, in spite of that, it looks like you're just shy, you're gonna have a surplus of some 53,000 back of an envelope calculation the first year. The second year, a negative 21,000. Third year, a negative 2,000. But if you started with 53,000 in the plus, even over those 3 years, you're still not going to deplete that initial reserve fund amount if you're able to, and that's my question, push it through, and my thought was that was a yes. We can kind of carry that through. Is that possible for them?
How much Perkins, if any, can you carry over from one year to the next?
No, I'm talking the reserve fund.
So the
$50,000.
reserve can carry from year to
Yeah.
year.
Okay, that's my question. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Perkins we can't carry over.
Yeah.
Carry
No, that
over.
wasn't my
Yeah, so
question
like-
at all. It was the reserve fund.
And
Reserve,
one thing
yes.
I do
Yeah.
want to talk to Dr. Dua about is, is there a possibility to continue to fund this reserve fund every year with a certain amount? And again, that's not something I'm asking right now, but just that was something that I thought about, because we have, and I'll share the enrollment numbers, and I know it's not so direct, but we want to try to expand, like reinvest in our programs a little bit from our side too. So that's something.
Yeah, and every year I need to present to the committee with the fund balance and any surplus that we may have, and where recommendations to them of where that's going to get appropriated. So yes, that is a discussion, depending on what funds there are. And I will say I think it's important that we continue to invest in the CTE program. Look at how we do that with any funding that we do have.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on the update?
If you don't mind, I can
Yeah.
go to the
Oh, sure.
next piece, because we just kind of broke down
Oh, that's right.
some,
I
of,
read
the,
that was the
some of the
pause.
things into different categories. So as far as the signed commitment from EB, I just want to give everyone an update. So we did go back to EB after our last meeting. We kind of, really stressed the importance of getting something in writing from them. So they asked us to send them actual quotes. So we did. So they have a number now that they didn't have before. And they responded back to us. We did ask them to get back to us before this Tuesday meeting, because we wanted to give you as much update as we can. So they have the cost estimate for the whole classroom of 16. That's what we're going to ask them. We're not asking them to do a 3-year plan. We're asking them to do it right away for a cohort of 16. They have acknowledged that they've received all that information, that they are working on it, and they are working on finalizing the funds. So where are the funds coming from? Because their funds do come from different sources. So they are working with their leadership team, and we were able to talk to the next person in ranks. So we are now communicating with that person, and Dr. Dua has her information, and they have asked to meet with us. So we're hoping that that range or timeline, the 27th through the 29th, is when they want to really meet with us. We're hoping to get something more concrete by then, so we will update the committee as we get that information.
I think that's very promising, because they're wanting to work with the company to see how, to commit the funding for us, especially now that we went through the machines and how many we can have, and they want to come back to a committee meeting to be able to share that information and to meet with the committee to discuss that.
Have you met with the liaison from, say, Senator Reed's office on that?
I have
He's
not.
big into military defense. They may be able to assist us in that endeavor.
Is there any contact information I can get?
I don't know the person directly right now. I've been out for a little bit, but
Okay.
you can just call the main office number and they can put you in touch with the person. That'd be appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be a help.
Sure, thank you. As far as, I know there was a question last time about the funding plan for the teachers. So because we are not expecting this program to start until the fall of 2025, what our plan is to look at the enrollment next year. It would be around October is when we would look at our enrollment. We are actually currently recruiting 8th, 9th, and 12th graders into the program right now. So we will have an idea of how many students we have to have a classroom for in fall of 2025. So next year will still be CCRI, instructors at CCRI, students still going to CCRI. So we will have to budget whatever the plan will be for staff based on enrollment next year. And we do have, just some raw thoughts. We don't have anything concrete, but we do have an engineering teacher that is in the works for retirement for next year. So we are really thinking about, okay, how do we redistribute the course load and the classes we teach? We also have flexibility of having a science teacher teach engineering classes. So right now we have that. We have a teacher that flexes between the year that we need that teacher to teach more engineering courses, that's what she does. And when the year that the enrollment is not justified or we don't need to run 2 physics for engineering class, she teaches science courses. So between the retirement and the ability to flex a teacher's schedule, we think that we will probably head in that direction if we were to hire our own person. And then, again, like I said, CCRI instructors will remain the same for next year. Questions on staffing before I go to the last part?
Just a clarification on the funding part, or the staffing part. So if I was following you correctly, you would need one additional FTE, or are you saying that you would be reallocating an FTE?
We would not need like a full-time teacher. I would say like a 0.6 if I had to estimate right now, especially in fall of 2025, because we still don't have 4 sections of machinists running at that point, right? So we would, as we thought through this, we think a maximum of a 0.6 teacher for this. So we would kind of take the current teacher that shares engineering classes in the science department and the retirement, and we would look at the sections and reallocate. That's where, but I can't. It's hard to say what exactly it would be. But if I had to give you a number, it would be 0.6.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. And then for the CCRI one, if I remember correctly, you all had mentioned that maybe they would be coming down in teaching. Is that?
That is a possibility.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see who can we find. Can they teach that? What are their certifications? So we are trying to explore all different options and see what's best for us. So we do have the ability to have a CCRI instructor come to our premises and teach. That is a possibility. That we will explore that option. If we run into issues where we don't have a teacher that can teach this, or they need to really teach the physics class. So it's an option.
Thank you. Any further questions regarding the staffing?
And then right here on the bottom, I just gave you a little cheat sheet that will allow you to see what Perkins allows to use and what they don't. Just so you can have an idea. And I pulled out that equipment is obviously an allowable, but capital expenditures are not. So if you wanted to put a wall up to separate a classroom, you really can't use Perkins for that. And these are just numbers, so you can see right from the RIDES grant platform what we received each year. And then here I will kind of let Rick talk a little bit about, just so you can see how the curriculum will work if this was to move through.
So one of the big things with our current program is sending the students to CCRI is, again, this past fall we were just recently recognized by RIDE as being a state-approved machinist program, which means that if we choose to, we can tuition students in, right? Problem is right now in our program, because of the connections that we're taking advantage of with CCRI, where we're not paying tuition because we're leveraging that program, our students start in grade 10. So we're really losing that 9th grade capability of bringing in an income source if we were looking at it from that perspective. So if we were to have this program on our campus, what we would actually be looking at is shifting the curriculum to starting in grade 9. When we look at it in terms of grade 9, now we're able to bring in more students, have that revenue come into the district that could help us out. So our current 10th grade course is engineering graphics. That would bump up to a 9th grade course. Again, students would be doing the same thing. They'd be looking to gain their certifications in solid modeling, or at least working towards that point later on in their high school career. In grade 10, they would then go into the manual machining skills. And that, as part of the requirements with RIDE, they have to have the NIM certifications that we were talking about 2 weeks ago, one of which is in manual machining. So they would work towards that certification in grade 10. In grade 11, we would go to the automated machining, that's that CNC machining, the computer numeric control, and again be working towards the remaining certifications. What this allows is in grade 12 would be the students can complete their capstone course if we integrating again with the pre-engineering CTE, or they have the capability to go and work on an every other day basis as associated with Electric Boat in terms of that partnership. So by by having it on our campus, we can now turn it truly into a 4-year program and be able to pull money in from grade 9 if we wanted to. This chart down here is just a table just showing that transition. The green is the cohort that is going to CCRI. The yellow is a cohort that would be starting and staying here at North Kingstown. So you can see that that transition would be starting to be made in the 24-25 school year, which is next year. So that would be the 10th grade course that they would be taking in-house as they currently do. But in the 25-26, they would be, instead of going to CCRI, they would be going to the D building, okay, which is where the machine shop would be. But we would still be sending that senior cohort to CCRI because as part of that 3-year plan, we don't have that machinery yet. That's part of the reason that how we staggered the cost is to cover it in that sequence. At that same time, we would start recruiting our grade 9 cohort. So we wouldn't have our grade 10 students because we're bumping that cohort up. And then from that point forward, everything will be in-house from the 26-27 school year and beyond.
Now, Rick, if EB came forward and paid for all the equipment next year, would that 25-26 green block become a yellow block?
It could, absolutely could, because that would bring the machinery faster. And so what that would do in terms of a cost savings would be that we wouldn't have to pay for the transportation to get the students to CCRI.
Okay, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then this last piece is just information. I know that last 2 weeks back, you were looking for some numbers, so we made sure we go back and look at the exact numbers. So this year, out of our 400 CT students, 155 of them are from out of district, but just know that the 37 out of the 155 are Jamestown students. The tuition is still there, but just want to separate that out for you guys. And then the 13 students that are currently registered, they are our machinist student, they are in the program, so we are expecting to receive categorical funding for those 13 students, but we just don't know what it will be.
And the reason that they're all in-house right now is because we didn't have that designation to be able to
Right.
open it to others.
Yeah, we're doing that now. We are ahead of last year, but we're still
Behind the regular cycle.
right.
Yep.
Right. And then these are our projections for 24-25 school year. Out of the 465 students, 179 are expected to be the out-of-district students, and 33 are Jamestown. So that 179, the 155 are still part of the 179. These are like the newer ones, right? And right now we have interested students from grade 8, 9, and 10. I know Kevin registered one today, and I can't remember what grade level, but.
I think he's a current 10th grader.
How are you projecting that growth from 400 to 465?
So because we just had our applications.
Okay, so that's an actual number. as
That
far
is
as
an
you
actual
know.
number.
Okay.
Mhm.
But
what
that
happens
actual
is-
number doesn't include this program though, right?
That doesn't include this program,
Okay.
correct. But the reason we say it's projected is because sometimes they apply to get a seat, and then they could go to a private school or not. So we have students on wait lists though. So if we lose 3 students, we call and say, you 3 are on wait list, you can come on down if you're interested.
So you anticipate at least, but probably a little bit more than 65 additional CT students participating in the CT program this year than last year, or next year versus this year.
You mean including the machinist? Once we are
Yes.
done with recruiting the machinist, yes,
But even without that, 65 student increase.
correct.
Do you know what the increase was from 2020 to 23 to 23-24?
I'll have to look at the, I
Yeah,
can
just
pull that.
curious. What was it? I'm curious if it was the 65 student jump.
So we always, if when we decide a number, which has been traditionally 10%, it's always full. We fill every seat that we say we want. Now, can we open up more seats? We could, which is what we kind of did this year. We opened up more seats. So it should be around the same.
Around the
If
same.
not, this would be a little higher,
Okay,
because before we really limited to the 10% and we didn't.
like a
Accept.
10% increase over the prior year?
Correct.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
thanks.
No, sorry, 10% of the total population.
Oh, of the
We
total.
restricted that.
Okay.
We're kind of, because our enrollment is really low now, it's dropped significantly
Okay.
since COVID. We are opening that up. We're opening our minds a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you both.
Any other questions from the committee? Anything else, Dr. Duba?
I do not. I just want to thank you both for coming
Yeah.
tonight and presenting this work. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And same rule, if you don't have anything else on the agenda, you're welcome to go. You know Kingstown School Committee philosophy. Except for you might keep it to say.
I think Mike should up next.
Oh, we have to go back. We have to go back in time now. Okay. So we'll go back to where we were previously, which is the consent agenda. Before we make a motion for the consent agenda, does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
I would like to exempt D, it's not lettered, but the second, is D supposed to be A, B, C, or is it all one thing? I guess D.
D is D, so
Okay,
if you want to pull out D, we can pull out D.
I'd like to exempt D and E 1 and 2.
Okay. Anyone else? No, because it's always silly. Okay, before we do that, we will do the executive session, making a motion to seal the minutes, and then as I mentioned earlier, disclose that there were no votes taken in executive session today. Can I get a motion to seal the minutes of March 19th?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Case, for reminding me of that. It's always in my brain, one chunk, and it's not, most certainly not. Okay, now, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with D and E removed?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. And then we'll go back to item D. Can we get a motion for item D?
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, and then we'll open up to discussion. Jen, do you want to ask your question, and then if the administration has
Yep.
any?
I had two questions. The one is on the approval of the network switches. Somebody could just explain a little bit in more detail what that is. And then my second question was on the approval network monitoring, based on what it says in the packet, it's gonna leave approximately $10,000 in the 5-year capital plan. So I'm wondering what period the 5-year capital plan was for.
Okay, Ken, do you want to defer that to Mr. Ortman?
Answer those questions.
Sure, so I'll go to the approval of network switches and access points. So all of our network equipment was installed in the 2013 to 2015 range.
Give it to me like I'm-
Sure,
Okay.
sure. So when I say network equipment, it's it's the stuff you don't see. So it's gonna be the wires running to the access points, it's gonna be the switches, it's like the infrastructure.
Okay.
So when the Wireless Classroom Initiative grant came out from RIDE, they funded adding wireless to buildings, to schools that didn't have it. So, and it was from the network closets to the wires, to all the structured wiring to the access points. So we have, approximately 5 years ago, we did an upgrade again through E-rate to increase the access points. But at the time, the switches that everything plugs into and powers, those were still okay. Those are ending life starting in October of 2024, where they're no longer going to function. So we're again utilizing E-rate, and this was something when we had done this 5 years ago, we made mention, hey, we have a real big purchase coming up, and in one of the years where there was a surplus, there was an allocation. I know it says 5 years, that was because we didn't know where within 5 years we would have to do it, but it's primarily, and anybody who's heard me talk about that technology, it is for this purpose, which is the refresh of our network. So the wiring is all still good wiring. They used, it's called Category 6 cabling when they did this 10 years ago, which was cutting edge, and it's still more than sufficient. We probably still have another upgrade before you have to talk about cabling. So this is replacing every bit of our network that's in closets, not the cabling, and all the access points. So we're talking about 50 network switches and somewhere around, the only access points that don't need to get upgraded at this point are the ones that we added through the grant we got through RIDE post-COVID to all of our outside external access points. Those were installed in like 21, 22 timeframe. So this is a major upgrade.
Okay, so the 5-year capital plan that's referenced covered what 5-year period?
So that's a good question because this wasn't tied to a specific 5-year plan. I believe our current 5-year plan is 22 to 26.
Sounds right, yeah.
And I want to say this money came in around 1920, so it was between 5-year plans. But again, it was for this purpose.
Okay, so leaving $10,000 only it left in there is fine, for lack of a better term.
So to piggyback on Shivali, I will be elbowing her out when she's asking for money for CTE. I'll be asking for
a replenishment yourself.
Yes. It would be something because I would say in 5 years we're probably going to need to look at replacing the access points again. But knocking on wood, hopefully the switches can get us 10 years. That's kind of like our thought process is switches maybe every 10 years, access points every 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
That'd be an interesting.
She's probably going to win.
Advocacy.
She's going to win.
Yeah, we know that. It's good that you know that, Mike. Other questions
Doesn't mean I won't try,
the committee regarding, let's stay on the network switches and access points for now.
What was the second one? Did I
No,
answer?
those were my,
I
you
got
covered them both, thank you.
Any further questions on this? And I'm pretty sure it's somewhere, but just to clarify for folks, it's all facilities,
Yes.
including DA?
Yes.
And Chaz approves.
Chaz, do you approve? Chaz is giving a thumbs up
Okay.
for you off camera.
Any further questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the, nope, we can't call that yet because these are combined. Questions regarding Hamilton playground fence? Any questions or clarifications on that item? Okay, Mr. Waterman, anything you want to speak to on that?
I hope you enjoyed the artwork. The colored fence. Took longer than it should have.
It always does, right? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we'll call the question for item D. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll go to some of them, I would say we take them differently, so E1.
E1, I'm gonna make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay. Just to clarify, no discussion on table, correct?
No discussion on motion
Okay.
table.
Okay, so we have a motion to table, item E1. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. And then, do we have a motion for E2?
I make a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that moves us to the end of the consent agenda. And so we'll go into reports. Item B is financial report, Bake reconciliation. So I'll turn over to Dr. Duva if there's anything you want to discuss on that. If not, if it was just informative, just.
Yeah, so I would say it is informative. I know we've been waiting on this. I really want to thank our finance department, our new finance director, Leslie Ann Powell, and Elle Phoenix, our controller, for getting this work put together, and also Lisa Magnone, our staff accountant. So that is in there. I know we just sent it to you today, so I apologize for the late, attachment. But it was taking some time for us to get that in there. So after reviewing it, if there are other questions, just please feel free to submit any questions to us, and we can answer anything. We are also looking at future reports and how, Mrs. Powell and I are looking at wanting to put those reports to you so we can provide you more detailed information as well for the future. I know there was a question out there about the vendor reports. It's a different report. We were looking at that today. It also is a little bit of training that we need in Munis and with Crystal reports to get that to you, but we know that's something that that is necessary, and we recognize the importance of providing these reports to you. So,
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any questions right now for Dr. Juba or our Fed instructor, who every time you show up I get excited, so yay, welcome back. Great, okay, so we'll, what?
I was trying to be subtle and say, can I have a Hershey kiss?
No, that wasn't subtle. Anyone else want a Hershey kiss since we're on Hershey kiss? Oh, okay, we'll unpack that later. Okay, thank you so much. We will be sure to review these, and then I'm not sure off the top of my head, just making sure that we get into compliance as far as what we're posting publicly for the community. I think there's some things in our policy about what we post on the website and different things like that, and so look forward to getting those caught up for our interested folks in those things. So great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oops. Okay. So we'll move on from that item to the subcommittee reports, and so we have 3 different subcommittee reports. Item number 1 is building subcommittee, so I'll defer to the chair of the building subcommittee on that one.
Okay, so the building subcommittee, we met on March 7th. We had a presentation from PAR on our environmental study, the Phase 1 environmental study for Woodford Middle School. That environmental study has been made available. It's on our website. What we determined after that presentation is to do some pit tests to study the soil and what's in the ground. We really want to rule out any information that we're hearing about that land being used to bury automobiles or any other type of junk. However, through the desktop review, there's no suspicion of that happening based on the time frame when automobiles were first built and what was on that land, and it being the school. But we are going through, because that's really important information for us to have, because that could be a complete showstopper of us using that land for anything. So we're in the process of working with PAR and the town. The town's going to help us with that as well, and also coordinating the schedule with the middle school to get that work done. We also had discussion of Perkins Eastman and the work that they're going to be doing. So they're looking at putting together information for us regarding the building of 2 new schools, what that design and cost would be, as well as renovations of each. And we also need the information from them regarding the footprint of that building to also know where those test pits will be done. So we are working with them very quickly. We had a meeting with them last week. We met as an administrative team on Monday morning to look at the middle school programming plans of how many classrooms, what the buildings would be set up with, so they can start making that design and providing that footprint to us. We do have another building committee meeting coming up. We had held March 26th and April 1st, and leading toward we're going to have to use April 1st as the meeting because we need the information provided to us from Perkins regarding the plans, and they need the time to put that together. So our goal is to have our next building committee meeting April 1st prior to the school committee meeting that is also scheduled on that night.
Ken, did they need the school committee to give authorization to begin that work, looking in either for, they have like test holes, bores, versus
So
the,
we are fortunate that the cost for that is coming under what the requirements are for approval by school committee. So we are under the amount that has.
We'll do that in conjunction with DPW.
Yes.
Ostensibly, okay.
Yes.
Yep, and I just to clarify that statement because it's a great question. I do believe there was an official recommendation from the building subcommittee that work gets done. That was voted on by the building subcommittee, but because of the threshold of the price, it doesn't need to be on our agenda today. In theory. Correct.
And are we going to? I'm sorry. You want to get a question? I already had a question.
No, go ahead.
So are we doing a hybrid or just going to do I forget the exact terminology of the scooping out?
Test
like
pits.
Test
Yeah,
pit,
so it's
excuse me.
test pit.
Test
So,
pit. So just
so
going
the
to be
test pits,
pit.
it's a wider range of looking at what is
Right.
in the ground.
Yeah.
And PAR will be there because they'll also do a soil sample while they're there.
My other thought was maybe if they could do just a couple random borings and just a little bit wider, that could be done on current fields, probably with very little to no disruption. And then the pits like in the footprint of what the building where that would be.
Yep.
That might give us a little more hybrid approach, might work better.
We can discuss that with them. I know when we had talked, they preferred doing the test pits only because it's going to give you a greater range of looking at the.
I agree with the
Lands.
footprint area, but I'm saying, what if it just happened to move it, like we had to move it over 30 feet? Now we got borings that would back us up and give a clearance too in terms of there being no landfill.
So the building subcommittee is advisory only. Cost aside, how can they act without authorization from the school committee?
So the work that's being done is under the threshold of what we'd have to come to the school committee for approval of having the work completed.
But the cost part is irrelevant. It's my understanding that all advisory committees are advisory
It
only.
sounds like and I'm not sure, I defer to the district attorney on this, but it sounds like the administration made a decision to look into something, and because it's under the threshold, maybe the school committee doesn't need to approve?
Under the dollar threshold?
Yeah.
That would be correct.
Yeah.
But the advisory committee made an official motion and recommendation at their meeting.
That should come to the school committee.
That should come to the school committee. And that, instead of that, the administration acted.
Yeah, what you're saying.
But I would think we would have the right to do that if we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as it falls under the $5,000, it's, if I'm understanding correctly, it's still a recommendation from, because my assumption would be the building committee would say, we'd like to go forward with this, but Dr. Duva, you would have had the opportunity to say, like the school committee would, no, I don't want to do that.
Right,
It's
and
under
this
the
is work that
threshold.
we need to do in order
If
to
I'm
do anything,
understanding.
because if we don't do this work, and then we go further with the architectural design, we could be spending.
I'm not so
Yeah,
much
I
questioning
understand.
your
It's
path forward, I'm
procedurally,
questioning
yeah.
procedurally,
Yeah.
as an advisory committee, does that give any advisory committee
No.
the, right, so that's my concern, like,
Yeah, so I think procedurally, in the future, we would just make sure that an agenda item gets put on for the official motions that come up from the building subcommittee for the school committee's
I think we talked about that
consideration. Yeah.
policy subcommittee. I guess my only thing is, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, again, this would have been under the administration's purview, so it wouldn't have had to come to the school committee based on the financial level.
We can clarify
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, because I would have a
Yeah.
concern if the building
Yeah.
committee is just making decisions and saying to the superintendent, yes, this is what you've got to do. That's not.
Right, and it was a
Accurate.
recommendation
Yeah.
from them, but we also, as the administrative team, recognize that that is a need that we have to do and should be doing just to be fiscally responsible moving forward with this project.
Yes.
Right.
I hear what you're saying, Jen, so let me look into the procedural
Yeah.
part of it, and we'll also make sure that Dr. Duba forwards the school committee what the official motion was from the building subcommittee, and if we need to put it on for a future agenda item, we can.
yeah, I
'Cause
think
I
I would
understand
be
what you're
less
saying.
concerned if they
Yeah.
hadn't made the official motion and recommendation,
Yeah.
and it was
I-
just a discussion,
I see
like
what you
that,
mean.
I think
Yep.
would
I see
be
what you mean.
okay, versus having it be an official motion to bring to the school committee,
Yep.
and then acting outside of
Well,
that.
and that's a fair point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think too, and I can go back to what we had originally said as far as what the school committee's hopes were as far as the work that was getting done. When you see the official motion, as I was at the meeting, it is tied to the work that we did authorize for the exploration of the sites and that sort of thing. So I understand what you're saying completely, but I also understand why the administration would have maybe made the assumption that it was under that umbrella of investigating whether or not
Yeah,
Woodford Middle
facilitate
School
the
is
study of the
viable.
Yeah, if we
Yeah.
and that's another good point.
Yeah,
I mean,
we can check that
I
motion
don't know
as
what the
well.
motion was, but if
Yeah.
it was already, if they had already made an approval of X amount of dollars to
Yeah,
fund
yeah.
exploration, and
Yeah, it
the
might
building
be- it
subcommittee
might
then
be,
said,
yeah.
let's focus on this area, and the superintendent
I
agreed.
think
that
also
would be
too,
fine,
we gotta think of the timeline too,
Yeah.
of getting this work done. Every time that, if I have to bring something back to the school committee, that's gonna be 2 weeks of prolonging work.
Yeah, we'll
that
just-
needs to be
I just
done.
want to make sure we're clear from an advisory committee
Yeah.
standpoint for
Sure.
all of them, what the rules of operation are, for lack of a better term. Because in theory, they are not supposed to operate, they all have a member of administration on them, and they're not supposed to operate on their own. So I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement.
Yep. I'll check the 2 different motions, and then I'll check the we'll have the legal counsel just determine kind of where that lands, but we'll go from there. So, any further questions regarding the building subcommittee meeting? I would definitely recommend if the school committee or the members of the community haven't watched that tape, the presentation from the person that did the, what's the technical word?
Jennifer Parsons.
ESA,
Yeah,
the phase one.
the ESA did a very nice presentation that really explains it and kind of shows that. And so I would recommend the school committee watch that, at least that piece at the beginning of the tape, because I do think it was informative and also interesting in like many ways.
Yeah, that's a good word for
You know?
it.
I was trying to find a different word for like scary, because it's not the right word, but it was, there were some things that,
Fuzzy,
like,
yeah.
and I think Mr. Mollis, myself, like all of us were like, okay, that's interesting. So definitely recommend folks watch that as we move forward. Okay, anything else on building subcommittee? Okay, moving on for temporary advisory committee on district discipline, we'll turn it over to Mr. Case for that one.
The Temporary Advisory Committee on District Discipline, we met on Monday, March 11th at the Central Admin Office. We reviewed the charge and purpose of the subcommittee. This was the first meeting of this subcommittee. We discussed areas of current experience with discipline in the district. Administrators and staff that are on the subcommittee initially have encouraged ongoing professional development in areas of discipline practices and a more unified approach for the district as a whole. We're going to start looking at the equity audit and the information in there, so the committee is going to review that first. And I just wanted to give a special shout out to the students on this subcommittee. This is just another opportunity of something that we can be very proud of our students, and the way that they were able to engage in this conversation, their willingness to engage in it. And it was noted by several of the adults on the subcommittee about how much they participated, and the quality of the discussion that they had was just really impressive. So it was definitely something for us all to be proud of. So.
Great, thank you so much. Questions to Mr. Case regarding the temporary advisory committee? Do you have another meeting scheduled? Did I miss that?
No, we're going to, I'm going to talk to Rachel about that.
Okay.
And we're going to try to set a regular occurring meeting.
Yep, that would be great. Just as a reminder for all advisory committees, trying not to co-schedule them
Right.
for community members, blah, blah, blah. But just say it out loud once. Yep. We'll see what happens. And then also just to be really mindful of the date that the school committee talked about it dismantling, I think is important. Not that everything will be fixed, but the goal is for it not to be to achieve some things within the scope of what we set forward. Okay, and then we'll move on to policy subcommittee. Ms. Linda?
The policy subcommittee met last night, March 18th. We reviewed for the second time policy BE school committee meetings. Revisions were made to reflect when our meetings are held, the types of meetings and how they're conducted, the procedure for when meetings are canceled, the process for requesting agenda items, and we eliminated the requirement for citizens to provide their address when making public comments. We also reviewed policy BCF, advisory committees and liaisons. This policy had been seen by us in November of last year and updated in December by the school committee, with the understanding that there would likely be additional revisions coming. Based on practical use of the policy, the committee is recommending updates that clarify the membership application process, as well as what happens when a vacancy occurred on the school committee. We're also suggesting that the term subcommittee be replaced with the word advisory committee, except where required by statute. Both of those policies are being moved forward to the school committee for their approval. The proposed hate speech on school property, administration of medical marijuana, and investigative and administrative leave were tabled due to time. The next policy subcommittee meeting is scheduled for Monday, April 8th at 5:30 at the Central Admin Building.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions regarding that report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to unfinished business. And so the first item on the agenda is 2024-2025 school budget. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. Duba.
So just looking at the attachments.
Actually, I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. So I submitted to the committee the preliminary budget that was sent to me from Mr. Mallos, our town administrator. I wanted to make sure that we discuss that because there is a decrease in the town appropriation that the town council approved in the preliminary budget for the school department, which does have an impact on operations of our school department. There were recommendations made from town administrator and town council in the previous budget that was sent to us regarding the amount of state aid and the amount of the revenue through our investment allocation. And I just think it's important that we have that discussion. No decisions need to be made at this time. I do want to just to point out, and it's a conversation for us to have further, regarding the state aid. When we put the state aid number in our budget, we did not include the MLL categoricals. We were unsure if we were receiving it or not. And also, too, just to point out that the categorical has very specific items that it can be put towards. So it's not funds that can just replace our budget. And I will have that conversation. I have not had a chance to have that with Mr. Mollis, but I will also talk to him about that as well, so he can share that with town council members. So that's not an equal replacement, because it can't just replace the cost of an MLO teacher or just the supplies. It has to go towards something that's specific categorical, kind of like when we talk about the categorical money through Perkins. And that will impact the operating. So right now, looking at what's there through the school fund, through the town appropriation, we'd have to look at how that's going to impact us. I think it's over $200,000 that could impact staffing. If that is where cuts that we need to make, it'll impact supplies, operations for the school department. We could, as a committee, go back and look at our investments that we have with the bank accounts. I did meet with our finance director. We have all the bank statements to look at to know what's in our investments, as well if we need to have that conversation regarding there, because that would help offset us. But that's a conversation we need to have here on the committee, and then look at further how 106,000 is going to impact the budget.
So it's my
106,000
Hold on a
less.
second, Jen. Is that any?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, questions for Dr. Dubrow regarding the information we just provided?
The MLL, that's the 50, it's the 56,000.
It's 56,000. It's
So
56,165.
56,154,
Yeah.
So, and that's, and I remember we had the discussion that it was not included because it was not, it could only be spent on certain things. And I listened to the meeting, and definitely the investment income was one, area where they differed. I know we had a very at-length discussion about the initial number that had been proposed by administration and what we backed it down to. Now that we have a finance director, did you have that continued discussion with her about the number that we settled on?
So we did talk about it. I'll be very open with you. We had the conversation. I said, we're not going to be making decisions at tonight's meeting.
Yep.
I'm just bringing it up. So I didn't feel like pressure that we had to do that when we were working on some other items.
Yep.
But we have everything pulled to go through and look at those investments accounts and look at what the growth between month to month. We have that to review and to look at, so that way we can share that with you. So are we 100% confident that the funds are there and that money is there for us to use as we originally stated, or maybe not. That is a conversation that we will be having, but we have everything pulled and ready to go to look at.
Other questions from the committee? Okay, and then do we have a sense of timeline, just as a reminder? So obviously this was the preliminary budget, but then there's some additional processes
the
that happen
hearing
beyond
that we
this
have.
with the community, et cetera.
Yeah, April 2nd, there's the hearing.
Okay. Other questions?
As far as the town is concerned, though, this is their number, correct?
That is what is being recommended to us.
So if that was, if there was going to be further discussion, it should not take place on the 3rd. It should take place before that, correct?
You mean on the Thursday
Second.
after the hearing? Is that what you're, yes, it should happen before, and that is why.
Right, so today's the 19th, so we don't have another meeting until the 1st.
Yep, so what you're saying is that if we, as a school committee, want to make, or want some information or want some correspondence, like regarding the number, that we have to have that conversation today, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, can we just, I don't have all my budget stuff here, what is the differential between what we had requested and what is listed in front of us
It
here?
nets out to $186,000 between what we asked for and what the town is saying.
I'm gonna need that a little slower. Do it again?
It nets it, we asked for the town to appropriate to us a total of
I have the numbers here.
The difference is $186,000 between what our total number is and what they're saying.
For the town appropriation?
Uh,
The town appropriation difference is $242,154.
But then they're saying state aid would be an additional 56, so the net
Which
is
we really
186.
can't, I would not recommend saying that could counter the operating
Oh,
budget.
I agree
because
with you,
that's spent
but
on something
in
very
terms of the
specific,
numbers
not-
that they're putting in their budget, they're including it, so the net is 186.
Okay, let me just walk this one backwards for a second. Okay, so the school funded one that they list is 61359,855. We had originally requested 74.
No, 61602
It's right
009.
here. It's on this, in this presentation, if you scroll down some more.
Got it.
And so and then the difference in the investment account, the difference of $136,000. The investment, I'm sorry, not investment account, the investment line.
Yeah.
And so when you break it down, 56,154 is represented from the MLL categorical, which really can't offset our budget. And then there's another difference of 50,000. So in the end, you know,
Yep.
if we leave the investment line where it is, it would be the 186,000 that we would
Have to absorb.
Yeah.
So do you have a sense of what that would be? Like I know you'd mentioned kind of some general categories, but like if this is approved as is, like I do believe that, I feel like we need to at least inform the town council of like what exact items would be removed for our budget if that is the number. I also have concerns about I was thinking after our conversations about the investments and the percentages back about cash flow and about how what our that's a year-long total, but that's something that I don't think would drop into our budget on July 1, if I'm correct, right?
the investment.
Yeah, the interest on the investment, that would happen over time, and so I was thinking about if you increase that number, would we have the cash flow available to us? Does that make sense?
So the investment comes monthly for us, and
Yeah.
just looking at in our bank statements. What we would be doing is taking that money out of our account,
Yeah.
right? And that would be moved out of the account to put into operating.
Yeah.
So it would be less whatever we take out, and then every month we would get our statements to know what is the interest earned, and you can look at that fiscal year.
Yeah.
You know, from July 1 to June
Yeah.
of what we've earned throughout that year.
Yeah. Yeah, so it would be a monthly, it's not gonna jump, it's not gonna be in our budget available July 1, is what I was saying.
The 100.
That line,
Yes, it will be. Because,
No.
right?
No.
Because
No.
we would be taking that out of the account.
As long as there was that investment already
Mhm.
in the account. So if
Right,
there's an
and that's
existing amount in the account, then yes,
Mhm.
we could draw that
Is
at the
it,
beginning of the year and then replenish it with what comes in over the course of those.
but then we would
12
earn less. In theory. You have less in, you're gonna earn less.
Mhm. But
I'm just saying it has an impact, it's not just like magic money.
But
Like
we-
Right,
it's,
I mean.
we
wait,
receive
but then
quarterly,
right.
we receive quarterly appropriations from the town, and that's the money that we make the interest off of,
So it
that
goes in,
quarterly
And
appropriation.
then while it's sitting in the account, it's making interest, and then we take money out to pay for operations of the district.
Mhm.
And is that similar with tuitions as well?
I'd have to look into that.
Birthday. What a treat for you. Okay, other questions regarding the information? So again, I would like some more clarity from the administration about, you know, exactly what impact this would have and where, because I definitely have concerns about, you know, what I think we had worked through was a very realistic budget, and so I just want to make sure that we understand the impact of what $186,000 less would mean for our operations.
Really 242
Yeah.
if we take the MLL
Yeah.
out of the equation.
Yeah. Was the MLL not factored in on expenses or revenue?
When we presented the budget,
Yeah.
it was not there.
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, so 242. So if we could get that as soon as possible, that would be helpful.
So a recommendation from the administration on what they would propose to make that up?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, just I think the school committee needs to have an understanding before the April 2nd town council meeting of what that looks like, and I do think an official correspondence should be sent to the town just regarding that, because we won't have an opportunity
Absolutely.
to officially approve anything. You know, like it's hypothetical in theory, but I do think making sure that the town councilors are informed regarding what that might be is important for them before they make their final determination.
Absolutely.
And I'm just
So-
curious, does anybody know, is this a different process? Because I'm just kind of going back to my recollections. I thought the next April meeting was more of a public hearing where the
Yep.
public would comment on the budget. And I was here in years where public has the recommendation may have been to reduce our budget, and the public has come out and spoken very strongly for our budget, and we end up getting the full amount. I didn't think we made cuts until later on.
My
In the
understanding of
process.
the meeting is a hearing, and it's not.
And there's no vote taken.
vote
It's
or
just,
approval of any budgets.
it's for the public to speak to the town council.
I'll get clarification. I'll
Yep.
talk to Mr. Marlis on that and clarify.
Yeah, I think it's just important for us to, for full transparency, and again, it wouldn't be official until the school committee would technically be able to, like, accept your recommendations, or adjust your recommendations, et cetera, regarding the budget. But I do think having a good understanding of what that might look like, and what your recommendations would be is important.
Right, and we can come back, we'll do that. We already started looking at those numbers and then breaking down the differences if it was, you know, 50,000, if it's 106,000, if it's, what would that look like? And so we already started going through that process. But what we will do is go back, look at those investment statements, share that with you, and also put some recommendations forward and get that to you prior to the next school committee meeting, so we can do that.
So according to the town's website, Wednesday, April 3rd is a budget public hearing for the town and the school, and Monday, April 29th is the adoption of the budget.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, further conversation on this? Okay, hearing none, we will move on. Thank you so much, Dr. Yuba.
You're welcome.
Next item is the MOU for school resource officer. Do I have a motion?
Passage.
Okay, do we have a second?
Make a motion to discuss it.
That's not a second for Mr. Sheehan's motion.
It's not.
You can still discuss something if you have a move passage, it's discussable. If it's seconded.
Yeah, I know. I just need a second.
Do we want a second?
Yeah.
Discuss.
Fine.
You'll second James. Approval of the MOU?
No, further discussion.
Okay.
Well, second would allow discussion, and you can vote for or against.
I think Debbie, just to clarify, were you saying that you'd be open to discussing it but not opening to seconding and approval?
At this time.
Okay. And again, to Mr. Sheehan's point, like, seconding and approval doesn't mean that you agree with it, or it doesn't mean whatever, but okay, so does Jim have a second for the motion to approve the MOU for school resource officer? Okay, hearing no second, do we have a motion, a different motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. So open up to discussion, and so I'll turn over to Dr. Duba for an update.
Yes, so I did meet with Chief Urban to go through this new, well, not new, but updated MOU for our school resource officer. We did talk about the NASRO, which is the National Association of School Resource Officers Training, that our current officer, school resource officer, has been through in the past and is going up for renewal come this June. I did verify that information. And so that is noted in here regarding the training. I also shared with all of you what those courses are that they have to take. And when I looked through it, I think that covers everything that we were looking for the training that we want to make sure that the SRO has.
And so just one quick thing. So just to clarify, in our packet, we have a document that is a red line document, and that is the result of the conversation between you and Interim Chief Urban, and then this is the document that you provided us as far as.
I meant to link that in the link it here when we sent that to you.
Yep.
But I provided to you tonight. That goes through the training and the courses that a police officer would partake in order to have the 40 hours of training.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll open up
And then it goes through adolescent development, bias training, education law, working with diverse populations, students with disabilities.
Yep. And this is the first time we've seen this ever, right?
Yeah, this is the first time.
And just to clarify, you said that our current SRO that we have at the high school completed this when?
Has completed it and is scheduled to go again in June.
Do you know how often they have to?
That I
take
don't
it?
know. I don't find out.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open up to questions. And if we could get this attached officially to the thing, just for the public, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So when we initially discussed the training that the SRO had to have, the police department did not provide this as a list when you initially provided it. So I am glad to see that this is required training, and it's a little frustrating that this is just being provided at this point, because this could have eliminated one of the issues that was being discussed. I'm very glad to see that this is part of the requirement, and I'm not sure where the disconnect was, but I'm glad to see that this is part of it.
I think this is good. We're moving in the right direction for all of us. That this is here. That we know that the officer, Officer Mike has participated. It's going back for another renewal this June, and it's something that the chief, Chief Urban, strongly believes in, making sure that if there were ever changes in someone else, that person has to have this training.
There is a part in the MOU though where there is a typo. I believe it's a typo that says training. Where did it go? I just had it. I think it should say training including but not limited to. It's in the section. I don't have that.
Yes, that is a typo.
I think that needs to be changed.
Including but limited to foundation support. Training section.
Oh, downstairs under training.
It was closer the other way.
It's on page 5 of the
First
training
couple
bottom,
sentences.
first paragraph.
Including but
Not limited.
not
Yeah.
limited.
So that needs to be
Yes.
fixed. And then my other question was, in the draft that we had put forward, that had not been indicated as an issue, the signatory on the MOU had been changed to the school committee chair. It's been changed back to the superintendent. That hadn't been a point of contention before. Do you know why that was changed back?
Where is that on this? I'm just
Page 7.
page 7.
I just numbered it.
Just at the end, where the annual review between chief of police and North Kingstown superintendent.
The people who signed the actual document.
Yes, that last page.
Yeah.
We did talk about that, about me being the signing off on this between the chief and I versus the police department and school committee. I mean, is that not allowed, or?
I mean, as I'm reading it, the paragraph right above the signature line says it would be approved by the chief of police and the school committee. So my assumption would be it would be something that would be signed by the school committee chair. And I'm just reading where it says annual review right above those signatory lines.
I don't think it's a bone of contention either way per se, but the most MOUs I've seen have been superintendents and chiefs of police.
I will say I've seen it done both ways. The school committee always approves it, to my knowledge, and then either the superintendent signs it or the chair signs it. But
Yeah, but the paragraph does read differently, though.
Yeah.
It says this agreement will be reviewed annually and revisions will be made as necessary by the detective commander and superintendent or the designee and approved by the chief of police and school committee. So if the chief of police and school committee is approving it, then
Yeah, it would appear that would be something the chair
If
should
it makes
sign.
them happy, we could both sign it.
yeah.
It seems to be a thing, like, and
Yeah,
if
we
that's
could.
a thing,
I
like.
mean, it is. We could do that. Put both signatures.
Yeah, I don't care.
Signatures from all three of us.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, and it's not about the individual roles, it's about what makes sense as far as what we do in
Right.
the district,
Right.
and
And we could add that. We could add the other one in the school committee. So it's chief of police, superintendent, school committee. It's
I would defer to that, to the district attorney on what makes most sense for that. As far as who should sign this document if the school committee is approving the document. So, Like, it doesn't matter to
I
me.
would suggest adding, and adding is fine, adding the chair's signature, that way it's, everybody's covered.
one thing I did notice, and we didn't have a ton of time to let this one marinate. I was looking at the website for the IADLEST certified training, and I noticed that Rhode Island is not one of the supporting states for that certification, and so I wasn't sure if anybody knew why we in Rhode Island had not endorsed it.
Can you get which?
It's on the
training?
website. I looked it up. I just Googled it quick to see, because I wasn't familiar with the
So,
certification.
Madam Chair, I might be able to shed a little light on that. So this IADLEST, and I don't see it, where it's a national certification program. Whether or not we have it or not, they've actually certified the NASRO's training program.
Mhm.
So not the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've also agreed that this is a excellent program, I guess.
Yeah. I was just curious why Rhode Island hadn't signed on, that's all.
Yep.
I don't expect the answer today, I was just curious.
But in general, if I could just speak for a moment on the letter we sent out, it featured 3 areas that were of concern. One was selection. We have, yes, the chief of police still selecting, but it is an employee, that person is an employee of the police department. But they shall not appoint or change without consulting the superintendent. I think that was a big concession. It's not going to be based solely on seniority. We, could have discussion about unions. That's certainly a big item. They recognize this is a mutually beneficial partnership. The chief identifies officers who would work well with children and educators. That's on selection. On training, we've already featured this. It's a 40-hour program. It's kind of like doing an all-week seminar, all right, on location. The SRO is also required to become familiar with policies and procedures of the school department. They also are going to get annual in-service training with NKPD, keep them up to date on what's going on with schools and how police officers interact there in those situations. And when mutually agreed upon, of course, they can still do training that we request through the superintendent or the chair to see if they can get certain extra training. And a notification and reporting, that was an interesting one, and sometimes just misunderstandings that can go on. But the data and collection, the law that was stated, Rhode Island general law, and I think the council could back us up on this, or the superintendent, that's actually a requirement for the school system, the superintendent, to report out data, specific demographic data and incidents and so forth, to RIDE and or the Attorney General's office. But here it says that the NKSD and NKPD recognize that law, and both parties agree to comply with all of its requirements.
And I think that supports us where we're doing that work together.
We're doing that work together, right? And it would come from the SRO to the school building administrator to the superintendent and school administration. And then notification and information exchange. It says, if there's a law enforcement action, the school resource officer shall file a police report with the NKPD. Okay. And then inform the building administrator or designee of the police report, as well as, and I underscore this here, provide requested information to the fullest extent permitted by state and federal law. To me, I mean, that's the maximum you could ask for in terms of total transparency and accountability. So in terms of the 3 things that we specified in our letter, I would submit that this has been very directly addressed in this new revision.
Other discussion?
Yeah, I would just like to add my 2 cents. I found this whole thing to be very frustrating, and I kind of felt like we were somewhat spinning our wheels. We kept saying we wanted to see more of the education requirement, we weren't shown that. We were shown what the police officer takes during the academy. And it wasn't until, to be honest, the newspaper article came out that I was like, what do you mean he had special training in this? Nobody knew about that. So that would have been one bone of contention that we didn't even need to have a contention about. And then the issue about the law, I think we misinterpreted somewhat what the proposed law versus the actual law went in. And now I understand why the police chief was saying, it's the law. Of course we're going to follow the law. So I think there was some communication issues there. I don't know where they started, but it came across to the parents and the community that the school board didn't want SROs in their schools. And the parents do. And to be honest with you, I'd love to see them in every school. I know that's not feasible, but I think this was a lot of energy and misinformation that was out there. And it came across as we were being very difficult on this, when I think it was just communication issues more so than anything. So I'd just like to say I personally agree with the contract as it is now, and I would, put a recommendation forward that we agree with this MOU and go forward, and next time
You want to make the motion? I'll second.
we'll just be a little bit more careful.
You want to move? I'll second.
Yeah, I'll make a motion at this point that we pass the MOU as written.
Second. And I would add one more.
There is one
The
typo.
chair,
Oh,
yeah, I
yeah.
have to, well, then I have to do the thing for you. As fun as it, you could do it yourself, but, so we're in the motion discussion. If we wanna, do we have to, that's not even a real
We've already
motion.
discussed it.
We've had the discussion. So
Yeah.
if someone wants to make a motion to
Yeah.
approve it, I think they would have to.
We would
include
go back
it.
into a discussion again over the,
Yeah, and you would have
the
to make
actual
motion.
language, yep.
Second discussion again
Yep.
if there is any,
Yep.
and then correct.
Yeah, okay, so, who's making the motion? Debbie?
Debbie?
All right, and then James, you seconded it, so we'll go into discussion on the motion. Joan, did you get the motion?
Can I make a subsidiary
I
motion?
think Dr. Duva wanted to say something.
I just want to
With
make
those
sure
changes?
that the motion includes the change, because you have to make sure that it's including under training, not limited to.
Correct.
And the signature.
And
the
then
signature line.
signature
Sure.
line.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm, after a year and 2 months, that I'm glad that we're finally putting this behind us and moving forward. The reason why I brought this forward a year ago is because I think that if we are going to have SROs in school, there needs to be an agreement that delineates what they need to have in terms of training, that adheres to what best practices are. Never in a bazillion years did I think it would take this long to get here. I'm glad that we have come to some sort of agreement in terms of, what the officer who is in our schools is going to be trained on, because whether people want to admit it or not, there are issues with SROs in schools. I know some families find great comfort with them, but there are families who have very different thoughts on them. And we, in this district, are responsible for protecting all of our students. And we, as a school committee, owe it to every child in this district to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect them. So I appreciate everybody working to make sure that we have an agreement that does just that.
Thank you.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. I noticed that the roles and responsibilities obviously is crossed off and then moved up.
Just moved up.
Was there anything that, I'm trying to cross-reference them right now?
It's the same. It must have been duplicated, but it's exactly the same.
All right, it's
Yeah, it was
exactly.
just-
That
it
was
was
one way.
moved. It was
No,
just-
again, I
We
understood that, I just wanted to
shifted it
clarify.
to put it up
Yep.
after.
Yeah, that's fine, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything removed from there. I would add too, I think it might be beneficial for the school committee to maybe annually invite the SRO to the school committee meetings to talk about the work that they're doing and some of the proactive things that are happening and trying to, maybe help the school committee in general understand better what the SRO does, and then also give the SRO an opportunity to, highlight the work that they're doing with the students in the schools. So I would definitely encourage us to put that on for maybe a future agenda item to hear directly from the SRO, because I always feel especially when in conversations like this, like making sure to engage the people doing the work is really important. And so I am glad that we have moved to a place where we are, being able to solidify this, but I do think having some continued communication and updates would be helpful just because of the interesting nature of the role.
Well, we have here, Madam Chair, to your question on the evaluation. It says the school department administration shall regularly provide feedback to the police department on the effectiveness of the SRO.
Mm-hmm.
The school department, police department shall work collaboratively to make any changes needed to increase the effectiveness of the SRO as it pertains to the overall goals and objectives of the SRO position. I don't think that would be untoward to have that as part of the forum.
Yeah, I read that.
Not necessarily in writing. I think then we probably have to defer.
I wasn't saying it in writing. I was just making a recommendation based on, like that specifically says school department. Obviously, school committee is slightly different. I was just thinking about the journey that it took us here, and people talk about the SRO all the time. If I met him at Dave's, I would not know who he was. My kids aren't at that school yet, and so I was just thinking about like relations and transparency and making people more educated about the role, et cetera, that could be something. I'm not asking it to be incorporated. It was just a comment in general. I'm supportive of approving this today, but I would like the follow-up about when the SRO has received this certification, and then also how often that is required. I think that, this, like I said earlier, this document would have been much more useful a year ago in understanding the trainings. But I also, if it's not every 10 years or every, I'm not sure. I would have concerns about like continuous professional development. I think that's important as things evolve, et cetera. And so I am willing to approve it as is, but I would like that follow-up with the amended changes. Other discussion on this?
Council, do we have to make a subsidiary motion
With
for
respect to the
include
two edits?
changes?
I mean, the motion was made to approve it
Or you could-
as it was written.
Right.
Or you
You
can
could
withdraw that,
withdraw
you can withdraw that motion
I'll
and make a
withdraw
new
the
motion to approve with the two amendments.
I'll withdraw the motion and amend the motion to accept
No,
the
you
changes.
could just make a new motion.
Yeah.
Make a motion to accept it with the changes.
You have to state them though.
Oh,
We'll help you, but
but
we
not
do want
limited
to.
to and the signatures.
Okay, not limited to, and the signatures.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving with the two adjustments, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duba, for your work on
Appreciate
this.
it. Thank you, committee.
Okay, moving on to,
Calendar.
yep, can I get a motion for the calendar?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay. Okay, and so we had previously seen the calendar, bye, thank you. And we had, wanted to let it be out in the world a little bit more to get, feedback from the community, et cetera, regarding it. And so, Dr. Duba, anything that you want to note on this one? I know you were not at the meeting that we originally had discussed it, so if there was anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think, so just, I did watch the meeting and the conversations back and forth. A lot of what was mentioned about putting all professional development days up front on the calendar, consideration of half days, we did that. We do not think it's best, to have all PD up front. It's good to have a PD day later in the year. Things come up. It also helps with the timeline of work that we need to do. So I would continue to support having the PD days that we have on here, August 28th and 29th, using the primary day in September, and then PD in March. Half days are not allowed by right anymore. They do not allow it because that was something that I looked into in last year, but that's not doable. One thing I do want to mention, we did receive the calendar from Jamestown. They did approve their calendar with the Wednesday before Thanksgiving off and the last day of school on June 20th. I know what was shared with me, they are going to try to see if they can make some adjustments based on the length of their school day, because their school day is longer than what's required, and see if that could be used to shorten the year at all. That's not something that we can do based on the length of our school day. So the one thing I think we do need to consider is just looking at, the district that we work very closely with and share families, having a different schedule. It would also be a financial concern. I'm going to say financial concern for Jamestown, because now they're running buses on an additional day versus the rest of the students there. A concern that I have, just for us, just to bring up again, is that if we have no school on that Wednesday, it brings us to the Friday, June 20th, and then if we have snow days, we're going into the following week.
Okay, thank you.
And one other thing, just, hearing feedback from some people that, some people do wish that we have that Wednesday off before Thanksgiving. I know it's not there, but, we could. It just means that we're up against the very last day of school with a holiday in between of having school on the 18th, no school on the Juneteenth, and then back on the 20th.
As far as Jamestown's calendar, did they do anything else different? I know last year they had observed Rosh Hashanah. Is there anything else that's inconsistent with what we have presented in front of us today? Obviously, we are to make our own decisions about what's best for our district, but I'm just curious if there is any other misalignment.
I have to go back and check. Just looking here where.
It would be that Wednesday, Thursday.
October 2nd, 3rd. I'm sorry. I'd have to go back and check on that and see if that was provided as a day off or not.
Do you mind, is it publicly findable on their agenda? While we chat, maybe I just want to make sure, like that. I think that misalignment is really difficult for teachers who live in Jamestown. There's a lot of different factors that, when those two are not aligned, it's challenging. So, are there conversations regarding the calendar?
So, is your recommendation to change it, Ken, or are you just putting it out there?
No, I believe the recommendation from the administration is what is in front of us.
So
right now.
I did not change the calendar for here. I'm putting it
Okay.
there as a discussion for us to consider, having that Wednesday, so that way it would be aligned with the Jamestown calendar, with the families that are coming here. And let me look into the other question that you did have. I'm just trying to see if I can find that or get it.
So, I'm sorry, that still didn't answer my question.
Ken wants us to talk about it.
I'm asking him what his recommendation
hold on.
is.
Yeah, I first want to go back and look at the question, because that could also, let me just.
I know Narragansett also has that Wednesday off as well.
The RIDE calendar does, right?
No, the RIDE calendar does not.
Yeah. Well, while Ken's doing that, I do think that pushing it, like that would mean if we take that day of the 27th, that means the last day of school is the 20th, with that Thursday off. I know that last week is probably not the most productive week of learning in life anyways, but I do think for, I'd be curious, and I don't know if we were able to consult with them, what the union would think about having their members come back a day after. I don't know if that was considerable.
I think we asked Rob about that the last time, and the union had signed off on this.
But not coming back on the 20th, is what I'm saying.
Well, they had signed off on this.
They were in agreement with this.
Yes, that's what they left this.
Yes.
So I'm saying is if we make a difference,
Yes.
we need to acknowledge the fact
That it is against.
we have not talked, not against, but we have not we don't have the union's blessing of coming back a day after a vacation day, or holiday, excuse me.
Agreed.
I find it interesting that the union was in agreement with this, but the feedback that we've been getting from one of the principals and some of the teachers was that they would like that Wednesday off. So, and if the other school districts are doing that with the Wednesday off, they have to understand that the trade is gonna be, you may very well have to come in on the 20th, but, if we had a bad snow week, and schools were canceled, they're going to come in on the 20th anyway. And I'm kind of always looking for things that give the staff a little perk. And I know
Go ahead.
I'll just say, I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but there's going to be people in favor of one, and there's going to be people in favor of the other. There's going to be some people upset with one, there's going to be some upset with the other.
Right.
It's just
Yep.
the nature of the beast, unfortunately. I know it's not new to any of you. It's just,
I mean, and I think for us, we have to, what I always try to make decisions on is like what's best for students and like what's going to be best for learning, because that's why we school the kids in the district, right? And so I think, you know, if you don't have school on the 27th, you have potential challenges for subs and like for folks that need to travel and would like to go see folks for that long weekend. There could be some potential impact there. I think some families would pull their children. I don't know if it's much better if you have school on the 20th. Like, I think our attendance rate would be significantly lower, and I think, you know, for morale's sake, coming back that 20th would be unpleasant. So I don't know, I can see it both ways.
My inclination is to leave it the way that it is and just deal with June in June, because who knows what's going to happen in June. But I can tell you that, like, if the last day ends up being the 20th because of the snow day, attendance is going to be like abysmal.
I'm not sure how many people are going to come back after that.
They're not. Right. They're not. And so to plan for that to be the last day is.
Yeah, and there are no other adjustments that we can make. I mean, the other option is talking about starting school before Labor Day.
No, I mean. So
I mean, like, when I look at it and kind of brainstorm how do you get out earlier, it would be making adjustments like that as well as starting school before Labor Day and having the kids and staff start a few days beforehand, and then you have the Labor Day weekend off, and then you're back.
I know this answer, but we are not legally allowed to have school on the 10th, right?
No.
Okay.
I mean, that's what the killer is, really, I mean, 'cause ideally, we can take the Wednesday off like we always have, but I mean, if people need to or want to travel, they're going to take it off regardless of whether we have
It's two
school or
things.
not.
It's the primary day that we typically don't have, the way that the break falls in December.
Yeah.
one thing I want to add, if it's okay, because I should have mentioned this before, but it's coming to me now. With that 20th being the last day, and just as a former high school principal, is something I always think about, is that those are always final exams at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And so, like, if the 20th is planning to be the last day of school, and there's snow days, and it gets pushed to the next week, now you're looking at a holiday and then potentially an exam after the holiday, which just from a high school standpoint is going to be very problematic, I would think, with a lot of people. So I just want to throw that out there too to consider as a potential, like.
Do you plan exams in the last days?
Usually the last day, no. Usually, but what I'm saying is if there's snow days.
If it gets pushed over, I see.
Correct. Then you might be looking at that being a day that kids would have to possibly take.
Do we intend perhaps to do synchronous days instead of snow days?
Well, that's a whole nother conversation.
We'd have to go through
talk about that. As a topic
application
for another
ride
day.
Yes. I think we should work under the assumption of our current policy, which is when it snows, there's no DL. Like, it's a snow day, correct? That's our current practice right now. Yes.
So understanding that it is going to be a problem for Jamestown because their calendar is different than ours.
I mean, they also chose to approve it.
I was going to say
before
they
we
chose
approved
to
ours.
approve it before we approved ours.
And they knew we were having this discussion
Yeah.
back and forth. So
I'm going to make a motion to approve this calendar as it is.
Second.
Didn't we already have that motion?
We already
We already had that. We're already in that
Yes.
motion.
Then Madam Chair,
Appreciate
will you
it.
call the
Withdraw.
vote, please?
It's been so long, the conversation, remember what happened first.
It's because we did it right instead of just having a motion for
And the
discussion.
following year,
This is the second time we do it right.
Wild
We're
Robert Bruce people.
vacillating, boom, boom, boom.
I just had
She's
one
making a
more
decision.
before I'm happy to call the question, but I just had one more question for Dr. Duva. The only other option would be shortening the February break, and I know you weren't here last time, Ken, but just wanted your opinion on the benefit of 5 days versus some years we've had 17, 18, 19, that consideration. So just because you weren't able, I'd be curious on your.
So I think with shortening the break, and let's say that if the break was the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you come to school Thursday, Friday, we're still going to deal with absences.
Yep.
I think that's going to be a negative impact on instruction.
Okay, I just wanted your opinion on February break in general, as this district has historically flip-flopped around on it often. One last question before we call the question. For the Veterans Day observance, on the
November
11th, that, do we know why that's different? Because it's like what the state does and what the districts did were not consistent this year. And when looking at it now, and I'm sure it's from the RIDE recommendation, but I just can't wrap my head around why that exists in the world.
Was it because it fell on
It
a
was 'cause it
weekend
was on a
this year?
holiday
And some,
last year.
some people did it on Friday and some people
This
did
year,
it on...
it's actually Monday, the 11th.
Yeah, so this year it's the 11th, and that's the
That's what it
actual
was, yeah.
Right, that's the actual.
thing. Last year it was the
It was like a
funky-
Saturday.
Yeah, so we don't have that
some
problem
people
this
took
year.
it Friday, and some people took
Well, no,
it
like it
Monday.
was literally the state had it one day and the
Yeah,
district
that's,
said
yeah,
yeah.
and it was
That's-
totally
that's
weird.
why.
All right, so we should be in alignment
Yeah.
this year.
That's a true holiday. It should
Yeah,
be, the
Monday
Armistice
is the
Day
11th,
used to be
yeah.
called, it was 11/11/11 is a Woodlow winner.
Yeah, I think the weekend part was the
Yeah.
the
Right,
tricky
right,
part.
that's
This
what
year.
it is.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
fine. It's not. We're not. Well, like 'cause it says Veterans Day observed on this. It technically
Yeah.
probably should
So
just
it's
say
a true
Veterans
day.
Day.
It's a true
Yeah.
day.
So we could delete the OBS if we're feeling around. Like it's.
It probably just got copied over from
Yeah, it got
last year
copied
when
over
it
from
was
last
observed.
year.
When it
It,
was
does,
observed.
it
not
most
on
certainly
the-
does not matter,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't weirdness
Yeah,
with
no,
that
we
thing
weren't
this
gonna
year.
have another weird thing like that.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I'm happy to call the question. Okay. All those in favor of approving the 2024-2025 school calendar as presented?
I
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Everybody hope for no snow. For Mr. Rodman's budget reasons. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. Can I get a motion for the school meeting calendar?
Motion to approve.
Can I do a second?
I'll make a second, but I have a comment.
Well, we most certainly can have discussion. Again, seconding does not mean you agree with it, just that you're willing to discuss it, so,
I'll second.
great. Okay, so in front of us, the clerks have put together a proposed schedule for school committee meetings for the 24 and 25 year. And so there's a couple variations off of our policy on this. One is the September 12th date, I believe, and the reason for that, I believe that's a Thursday on the calendar, and the reason for that is because there is a professional development day on the Tuesday, so definitely wanted to note that. Dr. Duva or even Joan, any other things of note here that differentiate from our policy?
I don't think so.
Okay. Further discussion on that? Mr. Hennessy, are you available on
Sorry, I said
Thursdays?
council's schedule.
The second and fourth Tuesdays, I am not available.
I would love to pretend that I know if that 12th is one of those.
It's a
Hang on.
It's a
Thursday.
second.
not
It's
a-
a
It
second.
feels like a yes, but I.
If it's a Thursday, then I can make
It's
myself
a Thursday,
available.
the
It's a
12th is
second Thursday.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so that's not a concern.
Looking at January and February, I feel like we should add an additional meeting now instead of like trying to shove it in and pretending that we're gonna get it all done, because we're not, so.
We do maybe have a director. I do think that, let's see, so we have January 14th and the 28th. By charter, we know the date that we need to submit our budget to the town council is, oh gosh,
It was,
When did we have to do it this year?
February.
it's something, it's like,
I thought this-
Isn't it like
Backwards
60
from the
days
date.
before some date or something?
Yeah, it's backwards from something.
Andrew did the math last time. Andrew, do you want to do the math
Oh
again?
boy, yeah, we do it
Sorry.
again, sure.
But do it for, like, I just want to make sure that, like, we align this with when we would have to give it to the town to make sure that it makes sense. And also, just talking about the February 4th date, while Mr. Hennessy's looking that up, that's listed as a budget workshop. Traditionally, that would be, like, the only item on the agenda and really focusing on the budget. And so just a note that that would make us go from January 28th to February 11th, not being able to do, in theory, any other business. So just something to consider as well, just kind of where we have things landing.
Also understanding that with an election in November and 4 seats being voted upon. It's also up to the will of the next committee and the makeup of the next committee, anything after December 2nd.
Yep.
About when they want to meet.
Yeah.
So what we can say whatever we want at this point, but
Yep.
it's up to the will of the next committee and the makeup of
Yep.
the next committee.
We do have to submit though to the yes, and we do have to submit something now.
Oh, of course.
And we have the policy too, so we can. That is obviously possible, but also we have to make a decision. Like we have to go through. We technically are actually late and are deciding about this.
Just a point, it was the February break, that's why you have that odd 11 and nothing after that, because people
Yep.
were on vacation.
Yep.
So we couldn't put an agenda together. Do you follow
So you
me?
had 2 back-to-back
Because we
weeks.
couldn't have the 25th, because no one would be here that week, many go on vacation.
Mhm.
So, but we do have the March 4th, which is right after that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the 14th, the 4th, the budget workshop on the 4th, and then the business meeting on the 11th are like back-to-back weeks.
Yep.
And then there's
And then
nothing.
March 4th.
Yep, understood. Because it technically would have fallen on the 18th.
And you've got 3 weeks, 3 meetings in 3 weeks, business, budget, business.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we said that.
Remember, like it was just last month.
We'll probably need 3 meetings, and I'm just thinking, like when we put the budget calendar together, probably 3 meetings in January.
Yeah. So I think to Ms. Lima's point, the question is when we should add that date in theory now, as far as transparency, and then also allowing the subcommittees to set their yearly calendar, et cetera. So thinking about when we might want to pencil in that additional meeting. Because it's not technically, I mean, the only choice is technically the week of the 21st, because unless you want to, that same rationale about agendas and people being off with
Right,
the
I would
break.
do it the week of the 20th, so you would have Tuesday, January 21st is a meeting, which most likely would probably be budget related.
I almost followed
That's
you. Are you
not-
saying
it's
add?
the holiday on,
add-
on the Monday though, so the agenda would have to be done.
Yeah, the day before.
But I think at that point, I mean, just thinking budget-wise, we would, the agenda is gonna be based on the budget, so as far as creating agenda, it would be budget-based. So, as far as topics and what we're doing and being able to get an agenda created and put out there, I don't think that would be an issue.
So you're proposing January 21st?
I would say January 21st, I wouldn't go earlier than January 14th. With when we're coming back and being able to have, the agenda or any budget information available.
Just to clarify, oh no, the joint budget hearings, the April one. But the other one was a different, like when we went and presented is usually, that would be on Monday, or that would be usually in March.
Yeah,
No, it's
the
March.
preliminary meeting in December.
No, I'm talking about the thing that they do during March when we went, like a couple weeks ago when the school committee went and presented with the superintendent.
That was last Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I was thinking about where that falls in this calendar. It's usually like that midweek in
Yeah, well,
March.
that was like the 10th, 11th, in that time frame.
That was last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
So you can make that assumption that there'll be something in
Yeah.
there as well.
Yep.
Any luck on your mapping?
Yeah, I have to go to the 25th calendar, that's all, because it all runs off the first Wednesday of May. It goes 50 days back. Then there's another provision I want to make sure. One moment if I could.
What is what's the provision?
Town manager shall submit to the council on or before the 50th day preceding the first Wednesday in May. So that's when the town council has to submit. Well, that's when the town manager has to submit. And he has to obtain his budget for them. Just give me 1 second, I think that's in the school section.
I think adding the January 24th meeting will help because no matter what, it's going to probably be when we are on break, like when the schools are on break, is around when Mr. Mullis needs that number.
2 weeks
Yes.
back from the 18th.
And so if we add the January 24th.
Yep, if we do that, that'll at least give us one more on the books already.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I think you can unmath the mathing. I think if we had the January 24th, it won't be later than that.
Early
It's
March.
impossible, so it has to be early March, yeah. So we have one on the 4th, we have one on the 18th. So if we had, I'm comfortable adding the January 24th.
So we're gonna do January
21st.
14th.
21st.
21st?
January
January
21st is
21st.
Martin Luther King Day, isn't it?
No, it's the
No.
20th.
The 20th.
20th, okay.
The 24th is the Friday, the 21st is the Tuesday.
Which way the school committee would do that.
Is that a budget workshop or a business meeting?
This is meeting.
So
So
January
business.
14th, January 21st, and January 28th. Yeah?
Oh, and the 20th also?
Yeah.
14, 21,
So
and
3
28.
business meetings back
Yeah,
to back to
14,
back.
21, 28.
We did it this year too, we just didn't plan for it.
So 14, 21, and 28 are the dates that you're saying?
Yes.
Three in a row.
5 in a row,
5 in a row.
once you get to February.
Because then you have the 4th and
Oh,
11th.
geez.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Honestly, though, as somebody who's been through this twice, like the way that our calendar falls with the breaks in December and then the breaks in February, like it, I think we'll be in better shape as far as like the budget, et cetera. But like, I'd rather have something on the books and cancel it than have to add a meeting. Like, I think that's more difficult. And so
It's a
I think,
challenge for us to add meetings as we.
yeah, and I think to be realistic, like based on the past 2 years, like we've most certainly needed those extra meetings. Like it stinks that they're back to back, but I do think that it might be necessary. Another option too could be you do the 14th as a business meeting, you do the 21st as a business meeting, and then you do a workshop on the 28th, and then you do the 4th and the 11th. Like you could change when the workshop day is, because if there's a lot of questions or different things, it would give the administration more time to
Yeah.
provide that versus the flip-flop. But I would defer to Dr. Bupa on that.
Yeah, I mean, we can always change that as we get closer, like just, we can set the dates now and we can change the type as we get closer.
I hate the calendar, so I just wanted it to be like,
I mean, we can set them all, we can add the 21st as a business, and then when we get to December,
Right, we could always change
we
it.
can change the
Right,
type,
what it might
yeah.
be. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would add the January 21st to the calendar.
All right, so right now we have the calendars presented with perhaps with the addition of January 21st. Any other comments on the calendar? It obviously has us not meeting from June 17th until August 20th. Just a note for that. Last summer, I'm not proposing this, but just for recollection, we did add some meetings in between that time frame as needed. Because there were some time-sensitive things with the new administration that we had to meet on, so just want to note that.
Also, with the, depending on how future business tonight goes, formation of a new subcommittee could potentially alleviate some of the pressure on that calendar as well. I take over some of the responsibility.
Yep. Okay. Who made the original motion?
Me, I can withdraw it.
All right, do you want to make another one?
Yep, I'll make a motion to accept the calendar and also add January 21st as a business meeting.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Just a quick clarification, will we still be in this building on June 17th, 2025? Yes, right?
Yes.
That would, yeah, okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on to item E. Do we have a motion?
Tonight we are seeing this
Oh.
policy here. Make a motion to discuss.
Great. Do we have a second?
So tonight, we are seeing this policy. It has come to us from the policy subcommittee. It's a first read on the revisions this evening. There's no vote. It'll come back before us a second time before we vote on it. This is the Family and Medical Leave Act. It hasn't been updated since 2013, so it's just updated to bring everything into compliance for statutory requirements in terms of language and updating for adding the Rhode Island parental leave. So it's just basically reflecting statutory changes. So we will see this for a second time at our April 1st meeting, at which point I will be asking for approval. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments regarding the policy?
So Jen, just to clarify again, to confirm, so it just reflects statutory changes? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Although the policy subcommittee's advice is just statutory, the school committee, of course, can make any changes while the policy is open. So, you know, it's not to say that there couldn't be additional amendments to it. That was just what the policy subcommittee had advised, was just updating those pieces.
Sounds like an update.
Anything else on that? Okay, we'll see that at the next one for approval. We've already done F. And so we'll go on to new business. Do we have a motion for A? Actually, I was looking to see if any of these don't need Dr. Duba, but they probably all do.
I think you just stepped out.
Yeah, no, he just, like, you want to do like a 3-minute recess?
Can we do?
Yeah, we will.
Okay, second. Thank you.
Hey, sorry.
We're good? Yeah, we'll come back. Okay, we'll go to new business. And so do we have a motion for item A?
Make a motion to approve the creation of the subcommittee and refer it to the policy subcommittee to create it.
Second.
Can I do that?
Or does it go to the policy?
No, here.
Yeah, I think this school committee would establish a budget and finance subcommittee. And then I think our advisory committee policy would just simply apply to that
It
as
would
far
just
as
apply.
membership and otherwise.
Yeah.
Unless the school committee wanted to appoint particular community
Differentiate.
members like
Yeah.
we've talked about in the past or something like that. But you guys would
Well,
establish it
Yeah,
here.
because
Yeah.
when we created the temporary advisory committee for discipline, we created it here,
Yeah.
we created the charge,
Correct.
we
We
did all
also, so let's make a motion. So we need a motion.
to discuss
Yep.
the
I'll make a
creation.
motion
I know
to,
we have to, it's too complicated to discuss the creation.
Yeah, okay, fine. So Jen made a motion. Do we have a second?
second.
And so, we have this item, and so, I would like defer conversation to Jim if you want to, since it was, your agenda item, if you want to
Sure.
kind of explain it, and then I would like, to give the administration an opportunity to give us, some feedback on it, and then we can determine, next steps as far as what we want to do. I do think we have some time, which is a good thing. Like, I think it's good that we're starting this conversation, but also, like, we're still in this current process, so we do have some time to work through things if we want, depending on what makes most sense procedurally. So, Mr. Sheehan?
Yeah, sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So just in reference to, we're just making out the calendar, and one of the things that we had to kind of work around was the budget. The budget is such a huge and fundamental part of what we do to provide educational services to the community. So, it makes sense to me. I've seen a lot of school committees have budget and finance committees. We could jumpstart the budgetary process, particularly utilizing the expertise of the staff that we have. We have a new director of finance. Give them the opportunity to meet, and of course, the school committee members would be there along with staff, to get a jump start on it, as I said, and to be able to collaborate in a group setting. And particularly, I thought, so if we're losing ESSER funding going forward, we could see a hit in state aid to schools. We don't get that with 15%. That's going to hurt. We need the time to work our magic a little bit in subcommittee while we're attending to other important matters here, policy matters. We can direct them to study things, like if there's a financial project, like maybe with the mechanical proposal that came before us today to give us some numbers, and they can do a lot of the detailed work, because that's what they do all day long. They know where everything is, and they can present us summaries through reports that give us the insight, so we don't have to spend the time doing that, but yet we have access to that data, and we can make the policy decisions from a big picture point of view if we would like. So from my perspective, I think it's a win-win scenario, just taking advantage of the staff that we have and the resources we have. It doesn't cost us any more, and I think it can provide us greater insight to make better policy.
Thank you. And then I'll turn over to Dr. Duba for any thoughts or comments, and then we can open up for discussion to the rest of the committee.
I would support having a budget and finance subcommittee. I think it would be very helpful in the budget process. I think it would be helpful for us to be able to go through budget recommendations, questions that may have, and I think it would help. I think it would help this committee to be more efficient as well when it comes time for budget.
Yeah, I concur. I actually was surprised when I came into the school committee that we didn't have a budget and finance. I would just change the name advisory committee as that's when you see the policy next week. That's where we're moving as far as that's actually what our current policy is as well. But just making that note, I would defer and would like more information from our new director of finance about who she thinks would be beneficial as far as membership and different things. So I would love if we were to create it to kind of have that similar document that we had for the temporary disciplinary that kind of outlines potential roles of who the administration thinks might be useful. And have kind of a document to approve. And I do think, like I said earlier, we have the time to do that process as far as what that would look like, because I definitely, one of the reasons I hadn't proposed it before was I wanted to make sure we had a director of finance be able to have a group and not have it be a help, not a hindrance. So I would definitely want
And
the
I would just
administration's
recommend
feedback.
that I don't think this committee should be a large committee. I think it should be very important looking at, the finance smart staff members, maybe from other schools. Obviously, school committee representation, maybe someone from the community with finance background. But I would limit the number. I think sometimes when we have committees, they're too large. It's not efficient for us getting the work done.
That's a good point.
Other discussion?
And I think it'd also give a leg up to the next school committee if we could have a budget finance committee start doing their work and due diligence prior to the end of the year, if possible.
Other discussion? Would it make sense then to charge the administration with maybe coming up with their proposal for what that sub or the advisory committee would look like and bring it to our next meeting?
So
Or we
just-
could,
Would you want, sorry.
This is a permanent one, not a temporary one.
I feel as though it's a permanent, I would defer to the administration, but I feel like since budgets are cyclical, like it's not like a special one that's looking at, in my opinion, a temporary one is a very like specific task. So you're like, you could set up a temporary advisory committee on like investments, right? And they would just be focused on one thing, in, out, when the job's done.
Right.
Like that's sunsetted, like that's not what I believe we're talking about here.
No.
Yeah.
Standing committee.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I propose or submit for consideration a motion to approve this pending the establishment of who would be on the composition. Leave that to the superintendent and his wisdom. In other words, approve of a committee. I think we're all in agreement that we should have something like this, but then leave the composition, I think, and any other question we have to the
we need to write up
superintendent.
what the purpose of the.
It's 2 steps, yeah.
Write up what the purpose of the
Yeah.
committee would
Yeah.
be, who would be on that committee.
Yeah,
and
I
bring
think that
to-
as it's a school committee, advisory committee, that having the school committee having their stamp on the recommendations from the administration would be important. We could vote today to establish it, and then if the administration's amenable to it though, I think we just say, we don't have to do those 2 steps, but I would be amenable to it.
I think that's what we did before, that we voted to like create the committee and then we approved the charge of the committee at the next.
Is that what we did for the temporary one?
Yeah, we did.
Alright. Yeah, so we most certainly could do that.
Yep.
So if someone wants to make a motion, and
Do you want to make a motion, Ray? Would you want to make a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion that we create a budget and finance advisory committee.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? So it sounds like, we'd like to see the charge, kind of that one sheeter, kind of with what they would be looking at, et cetera, with feedback from the director of finance. Any thoughts on time frame for when we'd like to have that information back from the administration? Because I do agree with Mr. Sheehan that having some, it takes time to get things set up, and then when you're thinking about summer and having the application process out and selecting the members and when we would want them to start meeting, like it will take a little bit longer, especially with where we are time frame wise, and also with the budget process.
Yeah, I'm just
needs
gonna
to
say, just
start.
thinking of already knowing what requests were put on for the next school committee agenda, I would suggest this goes on to the second April meeting, not the first meeting.
I was thinking you all might want, yeah. Oh. Any further discussion? Okay, so we have the motion to approve a permanent budget and finance advisory committee. And so we have a motion and a second on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to seeing what the administration comes up with as far as the charge and membership, et cetera. Okay, moving on to the next item. This is I'll make a motion to discuss, I guess.
Second.
Okay. And so I'll turn this over to the administration if you want to, is this?
You had asked for this to.
Yeah.
So
I thought there was a meeting that had happened in a conversation, so I was thinking we would get an update on that.
Nothing since the last meeting.
No?
no.
When was the last meeting?
the last time I met with the town administrator, that was prior to the only other meeting we had. We had a meeting with town administrator and the recreation department talking about services and what services are provided to the school department from the town that we're not charged for. I don't know, can I speak upon that on this agenda item? Because this is about custodial fees.
Yeah. Mr. Hennessy, where's that land?
I mean,
it was related to the custodial fee because we.
yeah, I mean, I think you can start the discussion. If it goes astray, I'll.
All right, so I just want to be careful. So we had discussed with the budget and with the school committee of the rec department not being charged the custodial fee, being a town, another town department. So we met with, when I say we, Mr. Waterman and I think we were at that meeting. We were at the meeting? No, it was you and I. And trying to remember who was there.
I was like, I am not there.
Yeah, I think Mr. Crenti was there, and Mr. Mollis, and Chelsea from the rec department. And we talked about what are the services about that, between the schools and the town. And yes, Adam White was there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did get information from them as far as the services from the town that are provided to us that we are not charged for. So examples are when we have a police detail, we're not charged for the fee for the cruisers on the detail. We just pay for the detail, so there is an additional fee for that we are not charged. We don't get charged the 15% administrative fee for the police detail. We're not charged for the sweeping of our school grounds from the DPW, the use of the salt and the sand. The recreation department, through them, we use certain fields for after school. We are not charged the rate to use the fields. For example, Licio Field is used for baseball. There's fields that are used for field days for some of the schools. Summer sports camps, use of the community center, and the rental fees are waived. There's an agreement for the use of Licio Field for maintenance, supply, and trash that's waived. And our golf team uses the town golf course, and there are no fees for the amount of time that the golf team uses the golf course, use of the golf cart, the Golf Pro helps out and provides some assistance. There's no charge of the Golf Pro or for any of the tokens, and all of that does total $74,000
A year.
a year.
And did we provide them a list of what we don't charge them for usage?
So,
Yeah, so I
when
think-
we went through that, it would, as far as usage of the schools,
schools
it would be
facilities.
the custodial right now that it's the
How much
you
is
know,
that?
the use of
The
the rental
but the
fees,
rental,
the rental fees, right? So we don't charge a rental fee for the
Right.
use of the buildings.
and what does that add up to?
I'd have to go back.
Yeah, I think what, and we're not going to solve this one today, but I think having the reason I put it on was I thought we would get. I was maybe it wasn't clear, but I thought I wanted that update from the conversation you had because the school committee had not had that update. But also, I think although and again although all of those things are nice and great, I do think having an official like outline of that, and where I am particularly concerned right now is that we are last fiscal year, we are out of compliance with our own policy because there's no exception in that policy for North Kingstown Rec for that custodial fee. And so we're eating that right now, and in my opinion, that was never approved by the school committee to waive that fee. And so in my opinion, they owe us that fee. And I would say the reason that I'm concerned about that is because we are charging ourselves that fee. So the PTOs, when they're using facilities, are paying that custodial fee. And so to say that
Only Yes, if
Yeah, on a
it's used
weekend,
for on a
or,
weekend,
yeah,
it's
when,
not
yeah,
for the
but like,
school
we're
hours.
charging our own PTOs that custodial fee, so to make the assumption without school committee approval that we don't need to charge that to the rec department who uses our facilities a ton is, I'm concerned about us being out of compliance, and then I'm also concerned about long-term going into, I feel like we need to have some of this outlined, as I think it's important to make sure that everyone's aware of kind of what we're getting, which is good, and then also what the town is getting, and making sure that there's some not equity, but like that it aligns basically.
Can I just ask for clarification? We're charging the PTO to use the library to have a meeting?
No, so we are charging the PTO, say they have an event on a Saturday for the students out of school. Right. We are charging them that custodial fee that we are getting from the company that we outsource custodial from. So they're not paying to have the actual building, but they are paying the fee to have the custodians there that day, because we're getting that fee from ABM.
And that's in addition to the normal cleaning, like the custodians aren't there normally on the weekends, right? So because we're calling them in, we're getting an extra charge, so we're pushing that to them.
Yeah.
If they had their meetings on a Friday and the normal cleanup
They'd be
crew
fine.
was there, they'd be okay.
Yeah. And so, knowing that the rec department uses the facilities on the weekend, we're bringing in custodial, and the school department right now is eating that cost, and we're out of compliance with the policy, which makes me concerned as well. Like, if we need to change that policy, we need to make a change to that policy, in my opinion.
I'm sorry.
My other question is, our policy also says that anybody who uses the facilities who charges an admission fee, we're supposed to be getting 15%. Are we getting 15% from the rec department when they hold tournaments here?
If I have to look and see if they're charging a fee. I don't know if there's a fee.
They do charge fees.
For,
I would say camp would fall into that as well.
Right, are they charging fees to everyone that's coming in to watch
When
the
they
game?
hold a tournament, they are charging admission fees.
For like basketball tournaments and stuff. Yeah. I would say camp too. We're paying fees for, like in theory, according to the policy, it would be 15% of the camp fees.
So while I greatly appreciate the list of things that the rec department is providing us for free, I just want to make sure that, the chair said that we have a detailed understanding of what our agreements are, and I'd like to know what we're providing them in terms of.
Ken, is it fair to say this, I've seen these situations before, we put our cards on the table and then we lay out the cards and they lay out their cards, and it's like that game of war with the cards. This seemed to be perhaps more in the category of a spitting contest at some point. I wonder if it's worth it for us, if they say, here's what we give you gratis, here's what we provided you gratis, that it's really just gonna be kind of mutually assured destruction in terms of trying to pursue those fees, and then they'll counter with trying to pursue their fees. So I guess what I'm saying is, in the end, knowing what they've itemized there and what the likely costs are ours, plus whatever we want to add into, that perhaps is a wash in the end.
I would need to go back and calculate what the rental fees would be that we're not charging them for.
Yeah.
And see what that is, and see if there's any difference.
Yeah. And
But I do want to be careful moving forward, because I also don't want it to turn around, but then they come back to, well, we're going to charge you all, for
I do
everything they
think
listed,
too,
and now that's
We
more
could end up on the short
than
end
what
instead.
we're saying to them.
we absolutely could, but I do think for transparency for the citizens
Yeah, that's
in the
not-
community, like it's
That's fair.
important to understand that, like when people like scrutinize the school committee budget or scrutinize the town budget, like not knowing that there's unofficial non-transference of money, like from an audit perspective, that is concerning to me, and an accounting and transparency perspective, and I do think there's two options. One is everybody charges everybody what the policies say, and I don't know where the school would land there, or you have an official and it pains me to say it because we just talked about memos, but you have an official agreement that says the town provides X, Y, and Z to the school department, and the school department does X, Y, and Z, and it might not be pennies to pennies, but you at least have a very transparent understanding and acknowledgement of of that changes. And I think what exasperated this for me is the change in the custodial fee from that company. Like, that wasn't existing before. So before, we may have been losing money, but not as overtly. And now we are literally losing money every time the rec department uses the facilities. We don't have any control over the frequency of that. That's all.
Well, we don't really know if we're losing money until we see how much here and how much there. But is the rec department the primary user, or let's say Kung Fu Studios wants to come and use the gymnasium to have a Kung Fu tournament? Yeah, I could see charging them, but to be honest, I'm a little leery where we're charging our own town.
The rec department right now would fall under the nonprofit category, and they would not be charged for the rental of the space, where a for-profit one would be.
Right.
But it's the custodial fee that everyone pays, including our own PTOs.
Okay.
That they are not currently paying. That's the part. It's not, obviously we actually changed this policy recently to be much more welcoming of community organizations that are doing great things for the town. So the community choirs and different things, they were paying fees, and we actually adjusted that policy within the last year. But the custodial fee is the outstanding question, and the 15% of charge of admissions. That's the other big piece that Jen pointed out, that does matter. We charge ourselves that. So for example, the theater production, when they sell tickets for that, 15% of that goes into an account. So for us to be charging ourselves but not charging the rec department is a concern of mine. So it's just some cleanup. It's not.
Does the custodial work have to be done on the day that the event happens, or can it be held on Monday?
They're there to open the, unlock the doors, prep the space, in some cases put basketball hoops down. If it's a rainy day, to mop up so we don't have slip and falls. Same thing with snow or ice. Stock bathrooms. They're also our point person, so if we have a leaky pipe, they know who to contact, and it's not just somebody thinking somebody else has done it, and we walk into an issue on Monday.
Or conversely, maybe we try to obtain some type of contractual relationship where we might be able to get something free, particularly if it was on a Saturday maybe versus a Sunday or something like that. We can try to negotiate. So that just maybe even a better deal to lower the cost might help us go a long way.
And we have had the conversation with the rec department. If you've got, because it's not just one school. They use, every school that has a gymnasium is getting used. And on the weekends, we've had a conversation of, okay, if you're at Wickford, the high school and DMS, can we consolidate, can we get it down to 2 buildings? Because we have 2 gyms at the high school. So we are trying to be as efficient as possible.
So as far as any other discussion on this, or Dr. Deeper, clarification on what we're hoping for as far as next steps?
I have another question.
Yep.
Would it be feasible for the cleaning, so we're not bringing in 3 or 4 people to just one person?
Yeah, we have on some occasions brought in 2, where I think we had the musical and a tournament happening. It was 2 very large groups. We brought in 2, but the norm is 1. And if there are 2 groups, so if rec is in one gym and there's a volleyball group who uses it, we just bring in 1 custodian and split that fee between both groups. So there have been times where we've split it 2 and 3 ways, and then there's a 3-hour minimum if one group's there for 2 hours. We do, we do kind of account it out to be as fair as possible.
Yeah, I was just hoping that they could function more as a building manager for the day, and the cleaning, which takes the more time, be pushed off until Monday.
So for the most part, it's 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after the event. There have been some cases, because our largest concern is making sure on Monday our building's not a mess. Because there are set things that happen Monday morning that are part of the prep for the kids. So I think if they didn't stay the extra hour on Sunday night, they have to come in an extra hour Monday, and it's a wash at the end.
I have a question. The weekend when we had the school musical, and I think that was also a basketball tournament. So was the musical charge for the custodial fees along with the
rec.
rec department?
I think we're still accounting, I think that's how the accounting is still working.
I
And so
also,
then who's?
But actually, there's, that weekend there was one custodian for each.
Mhm.
But I thought we
And
were
so-
charging the rec department for custodial fees.
No, what I'm saying is, if that's what we're doing, right, so if they're getting charged and then does the theater, like,
So-
who's pay, who's?
So we have one on for each.
Right, so so essentially then,
The musical would have paid
department-
for theirs, and rec.
in theory, the policy isn't even what Mr. Waterman was saying, the policy is saying everyone should be paying, that there's no split fees, if you will, and so it's actually a loss of revenue. We could change the policy, but the way the policy is written, I don't believe it designates, like, splitting stuff. I think that's a nice thing that they're doing, and I don't disagree with it, but if my recollection is correct, like, that's not written in the policy. In theory, they both should be paying the rate.
We would be, well, and
You
so
bring
we
in
have to
two.
bring in two.
Yeah. We could change it, though. Policies can be changed. I don't think we had considered that, to be honest. But that practice is not consistent with the policy right now. And if we did change that, maybe you would, to follow kind of where I think your brain's going, Ken, is that the internal one wouldn't pay it, is what I'm feeling
Well,
you're leaning towards.
yeah, I have some other
Yeah, but we can work through that,
concerns too.
most certainly, so.
Our custodial contract, that goes all summer long, so that would cover the summer playground camps? Or is that an extra fee too?
So our custodians are inside the building. That's our facilities and maintenance people.
What about
They
when
take
it
care of
rains?
the grounds.
But I mean, when it rains, the
When it
kids go
rains,
in,
yeah,
and they use the bathrooms, I'm assuming.
Yep, so that is part of the summer cleaning,
Okay.
but we have custodians on during the summer.
Okay.
So when those custodians are on, they should be getting charged for those custodial fees, right? If the summer,
We're not paying any extra for that.
They're not on the weekends. Our custodians are year-round, correct?
Yes.
right,
That was my question.
Yes, there you are.
So we have 5 days a week in the building, custodian, just like
so
when
those summer,
school's there.
so those summer camps are not paying for custodial, paying custodial fee because we already have a custodial.
Correct.
Any other questions on this one?
I think for the most part, it's like inclement weather. Like if it's, you get a thunderstorm, they come into the gym cafeterias.
And so it sounds like we need some additional, like having kind of a baseline would be helpful, like as far as data of just understanding our, like what we're,
What we lay out. for
yeah. Any other information you got, Ken?
No,
Is that-
thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on that item? All right, we have one more.
Make a
Two more
motion that we
things.
continue business past 10 o'clock.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay. All right, last item, bond language, make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, I just wanted to put this on, because I wanted to remind, the committee about, kind of just the timeline and the process, if we did wanna put forward another, put forward language for, the General Assembly, for school facilities, with the election in November. I think I presented that document maybe 2 months ago, 1 month ago, a bit ago. Just kind of outlining that piece, and April really is that time frame, and so if we're hoping to have something in November, and so I just wanted to bring that up again. I know we're exploring different options and different paths, but just wanted to keep that in the forefront of the committee's mind, is that, we really need to have that language to the town council for their last April meeting to be able to get it to the assembly before, what is it called, session?
Session.
Before they,
Adjourn.
thank you,
Yep.
adjourn for the session,
It'll
so.
be faster than election year.
When is it,
Yep.
when is the town's last April meeting?
It was on that original document, let me double check it though, because sometimes there's move. Phone a friend. Does our loan in person know?
Yeah.
April 29th.
Yeah, it's the last
Yeah.
Monday.
It's April 29th. And so,
They would vote a letter of support and send it up to the assembly.
Yep.
And they'd introduce it as legislation.
Yeah.
Which means we would have to have it by our 4/22 meeting.
Yeah, yeah, and so I know that's a month away, so I just wanted to make the committee aware of that, make the administration aware of that. Obviously, we're still exploring different options. We also, I know the town is, I believe the town is going forward with the public safety complex. There are pros and cons. You know, like, there's the election now. If it's not the one in November, it would be requiring the town to put up money for a special election if we were going to do it at a different time frame, or it's waiting until 2026. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody on the school committee really understood the options and what we're doing as far as that. And obviously we also know voter turnout at special elections is much lower, et cetera. So just wanted to bring it up again and put it on the table as something that is important. And the fact that our school facilities need some
Maintenance.
significant maintenance. Yes, influx of money was the only word I had in my head, but we need to. The problem did not go away with the failure of the bond in November, so I just wanted to put that on for the committee's discussion.
But don't we need to know before we even decide that what way we're gonna go? Are we gonna do 2 middle schools? Are we gonna do the repairs to the ones that are built? I mean, people aren't gonna vote on a bond unless they know exactly where that money is going to, and that was loud and clear in the last bond. So, I mean, there's a lot more than just meeting a timeline to get this onto an election.
Right, the recommendation needs to include if it's going to be the, building of a new consolidated middle school, if it's going to be a building of just, a new, one new middle school, renovating the other middle school, just a bond for the first year, just, capital, the capital projects across the district for renovations. Those are, to me, those are the kind of 3 different options that we would have in front of us.
This is me having a panic about the fact that we don't have bond language. We need bond language, and if we don't have bond language in a month, then, and we don't have decisions in a month, then we are going to miss out on this election, and that would cause us to either have to do a special election, which will cost the town money and have a lower turnout, or wait till 2026. And both of those options horrify me. And so I brought this up before, I'm bringing it up again. Like, I need us to be really aware of the choices that we're making and how our exploratory process of what to do next is very important, and I support it fully, but like, there is an urgency here, and we do need to, in my opinion, I think it's very important for us to have a bond for school facilities in some format on the ballot for the November election, because our buildings are in that big of need that doing nothing, in my opinion, is not acceptable, and we have a lot of information and we need to make some decisions to move forward.
And stressed out at Perkins Eastman, we had a very quick turnaround between Thursday and Monday, getting information back and forth from them of what they sent to us. We met, we sent them information back, so we had to work on the square footage of the building and programming of each, and we sent that to them.
So our next meeting,
we will have more, because I'm sitting here going, so what are we gonna have between now and 4/22?
So we're working with them because
don't
we
have
need
now?
it. We have to get more information, so that is what we're working on with them.
The building subcommittee would potentially discuss this at their next meeting.
they're meeting on April 2nd, and our meeting is April 2nd.
Yeah.
April 1st.
April
First.
Monday's our meeting on Monday.
Because it's a PD day on Tuesday.
Great. I need that. So I'm just saying, like as far as and again, we went through this process already, the proposed language, working with the town's bond council, all of those sort of pieces take a little bit of time. And so, although we might not know our final decision today, we do, I think, need to start working on those pieces to start that process, because it's going to be a very quick turnaround for when we meet, approving language, getting it to the town to get to where it needs to be, if the committee and the administration is in agreement that we want to have something in November. But I just think we all need to be really realistic about what not having something in November means. That's all.
How quick are we doing those soil samples?
So right now we are waiting for the placement of the building. So Perkins.
Where Prox is going to be. That's why I said if we did the digs at one place and maybe bores in and around the perimeter, that might kind of cover us a little bit in case there is movement beyond what they say.
So we're also, based off the design, we'll
Yeah.
dictate how deep, so we're also waiting
Yeah.
for the depth.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and Perkins is well aware of it, there was emails back and forth today.
It said something deeper than a basement or something like that. Thank you.
Other thoughts or comments on this? So our next meeting is the April 1st one, and so we'll just have to make sure that we have the agenda items on as such. And then, may have to consider a special meeting at some point in between. And I also would have the building subcommittee think about some, like, knowing that April 29th is like, that's the date, we need to plan backwards for that, I think, in my opinion.
You can piggyback on top of the building subcommittee's meetings and just approve recommendations if we see it fit. If need be in an emergency.
Right, I think
crunch.
we want to make sure we have is, it's the discussion with the building committee April 1st, agenda item for
right.
school committee April 1st, because the meeting's in
Right,
that
I'd like for that.
Yeah, no, that strategy was lovely. I'm just saying, like, and then what, right? And so that's all. And it's just, I think it's important for all of us to be on the same page about what's at stake if we don't submit language, and what that could mean for our potential of being able to make some impact in our current facilities that all have needs, as well as potentially what we would do long term. And also how much we're investing in old facilities, because for me, like, I'm not willing to not fix things in buildings if we don't have a plan. Like, we pushed off things on Wickford and Davisville, but, like, if we don't have a foreseeable plan, we need to make sure that those buildings are functional for students, and that any of us would be willing to work there every day. And right now, I would not be willing to work at some of our facilities, and that's not acceptable, so. Yay. April. Anything else on this?
We just got some big decisions to make.
We do indeed. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to correspondence. Ms. Lima?
March 6th, Riley Wojcicki, sorry Riley, I know that's right, Wojo sent us an email about Wickford Wrestling. 310, Bill Seymour, media inquiry. 310, Kate Georgie regarding Hamilton principal selection. 311, John Urban, letter to the NKPD from the NK School Committee, and that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.